Good evening. It's Wednesday, December 17th, and I am opening up our board meeting for Mount San Antonio College. Good evening. The board properly placed a discipline, dismissal, release matter on its closed session agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B1, which is the personnel exception under California's opening meeting law known as the Brown Act. Specifically, the board is considering the non-renewal of administrator contracts. Also, pursuant to the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B2, an employee in question was given prior written notice that this matter has been placed on the closed session agenda of this evening's board meeting, and he was given an opportunity to request that the matter instead be heard in open session. I have been informed that the employee is requesting that the matter be heard in open session. Therefore, the matter will be heard at this time. Before we begin, I will take a few moments to explain the process that we will be using to conduct this open session item. Under the Brown Act, an employee may request that complaints and charges be heard in open session. We are giving Francisco Dorame this opportunity out of an abundance of caution. This open meeting requirement means that when such a request is made, we are required to hear a matter in open session, which we would otherwise have heard in closed session. We will proceed as follows. First, the board is going to hear from Dr. Garcia as the board's designee regarding its recommendation. Second, Dr. Dorame may make any remarks he wishes. Third, the board will ask for any public comment on a closed session item. Any member of the public wishing to be heard on this matter may speak at this time, subject to the rules and time constraints for public comment. The board will then adjourn to closed session to deliberate. The board will consider the information and what, if any, action to take in closed session. The board's action, if any, will be reported out. Dr. Garcia, please proceed.
I will defer to Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. I am here to provide an overview of the charges. There are areas in Dr. Durame's performance that have not aligned with district expectations. His performance does not meet district standards. Specifically in regards to his formal management evaluation, Dr. Durame did not meet expectations in several performance areas, in addition to other areas being identified as needing improvement, including areas of project management, productivity, planning, and program review, resource management, and accuracy. Dr. Durame was provided with a copy of this evaluation, met with me during the evaluation, and was provided with the opportunity to respond in writing to the evaluation, which he did. In making the recommendation not to renew his contract, the district considered his written response. To protect Dr. Durame's privacy, we are not reading the specific feedback from his evaluation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. Dr. Durame, would you like to address the board? Please come forward. We will give you 10 minutes.
Hello, board members. Dear President Peter Hidalgo, I wish to make a statement in relation to the board action being proposed today, calling for my employment contract with Mount San Antonio College will not be renewed past June 30th of 2026. I'm asking the board to postpone any further action being taken against me until a formal investigation of my complaint against the president, vice president of student services, and the vice president of human resources is completed with your monitoring of district retained legal counsel. It is my request that the Board of Trustees review this matter and render an administrative determination on the findings of the fact-finding investigation. Since my complaint in part involves the president of the college, it is entirely appropriate for the Board of Trustees to be directly involved. On Thursday, December 11th, 2025, at 3:45 p.m., I attended a meeting that appeared on my Outlook calendar as a discussion regarding Mount SAC 2035 with the Associate Vice President of Student Services. When I arrived, I was instead met by the Vice President of Student Services and the Associate Vice President of Human Resources, who informed me that my contract would not be renewed. I had received no prior indication that this was to be a non-renewal meeting, and I was taken aback by the way the meeting was arranged and presented. On Monday, September 29th, 2025, the Vice President of Student Services provided me with my formal evaluation. That evaluation respectfully contains numerous factual inaccuracies, material omissions, and statements that mischaracterize my performance, professional integrity, and long-standing contributions to Mount San Antonio College. Before being informed that I allegedly did not meet performance standards for my administrative position, there had been no preventive or progressive discipline, no performance improvement plan, and no documented pattern of concerns presented to me. Additionally, I previously participated in an extensive training led by the current Vice President of Human Resources several years ago on how to conduct fair, supportive, and constructive performance evaluations, and most recently as well. The process and treatment I received in my own evaluation stand in stark contrast to the principles, standards, and best practices emphasized in that training and expected of managers at the college. I have served Mount SAC for more than 11 years and have played a key role in the development and or implementation of multiple student services programs, including dual enrollment, DREAM program, Minority Male Initiative, now Men of Color Action Network, Rising Scholars, TRIO, our GRASS program, our Gray Shirt, Red Shirt, and Athletic Student Support Program, the Completion Center, and the campus-wide launch of Navigate 360 that has established early alert, student appointment systems, campaigns, and data analysis. I'm submitting this statement of complaint because I believe that my evaluation and subsequent non-renewal are not flawed in their assessment of my work, but not only flawed in their assessment of my work, but also appear to reflect arbitrary, discriminatory, and retaliatory conduct by the college president, the vice president of student services, and the vice president of human resources. I further believe their actions are connected to concerns recently raised by disgruntled classified CSCA administrative staff within the division. The language and tone and selective framing used in my evaluation are inconsistent with, one, the documented outcomes of my work over more than a decade at Mount SAC, and two, my employment record, which does not reflect a pattern of substandard performance, misconduct, or a need for corrective action. I have no history of being a problem employee, nor is there a file of progressive discipline or prior negative evaluations that would justify a sudden, severe action such as non-renewal. In my view, this abrupt decision, absent of documented pattern of performance concerns, is arbitrary and capricious. No administrator who has served the district for more than a decade with a record of initiating and sustaining critical student support services should be dismissed or non-renewed in this manner and without clearly justified, well-documented cause. Accordingly, I respectfully request the following. One, formal independent investigation. That you, as board president, engage district legal counsel to initiate a formal independent investigation into allegations of discrimination, retaliation, and arbitrary and capricious conduct by college president, vice president of student services, and vice president of human resources in connection with my evaluation and non-renewal. and the circumstances surrounding the December 11th, 2025 meeting, including the misleading description of the meeting purpose. 2, oversight of the reporting structure. That this investigation be overseen directly by you, President Hidalgo, in your capacity as President of Board of Trustees, with District Council reporting directly to the full board, not through the administration implicated in this complaint. The final investigative report and findings should be presented in full to the Board of Trustees for review and appropriate action. 3, review of records and patterns of conduct. That the investigation include a thorough review of my entire personnel file, including any and all prior evaluation, commendations, and any alleged complaints or performance concerns, and a review of any formal complaints, grievances, or documented concerns filed by employees or students against the college president, vice president of student services, and vice president of human resources that may speak to a pattern of discriminatory, retaliatory, or otherwise improper conduct. 4, interviews with relevant witnesses. That the investigator interview key personnel who can speak to my work, performance, and leadership over the last 11 years, including staff who have worked directly with me on programs and services identified above, as well as relevant classified CSEA staff within the division. 5, corrective and remedial action if warranted. That should the investigation substantiate my allegations, the board take appropriate remedial and corrective action. 2, address any discrimination, retaliation, or abuse of authority that may have occurred. Correct the record regarding my evaluation and non-renewal. And lastly, ensure that the long-serving administrators are not subjected to arbitrary or capricious employment actions in the future. I welcome and have always welcomed constructive feedback, grounded in facts and delivered with professional integrity. However, isolated incidents or selectively framed narratives should not overshadow more than a decade of consistent, ethical, and student-centered leadership. I remain committed to the success of Mount SAC and its students, and ask only that my work be evaluated truthfully, fairly, and in full context. Please accept this letter as my formal complaint and my formal request for the independent investigation described above. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorame. Board colleagues, you may now ask any kind of clarifying question. As a reminder, trustee questions should be limited to asking for clarification from Dr. Dorame at this time. So again, board, you may now ask any kind of clarifying question of Dr. Dorame. Any questions should be limited to asking for clarifications. Are there any board colleagues who have a question? Trustee Santos.
Were you given any instructions about where your weaknesses is, what you wanted, what you should do, maybe some kind of timeline or deadlines to accomplish certain things, or was any kind of correction plan to correct what was seen as
Before you
insufficient?
answer, Dr. Dorame, legal counsel will guide the board on ensuring that they are appropriate questions. Counsel?
Thank you, President Hidalgo. I just want to make sure that when we say clarifying questions, it should be about a statement that Dr. Dorame made, not
Well, he's
about-
talking about his evaluation, so I'm asking him if during that evaluation, did he get any kind of, correction plans, any kind of directions, any kind of what you need to do, any, we want to see you to do something by this deadline, and you should correct this area, and you could do better here. Did you get any kind of plan, like an improvement plan, or specific instructions or help or support for how to do things better?
And I think that question is fine. I do just want to clarify that any questions of the area VP or Dr. Garcia will have to be on any clarifying questions asked to Dr. Durame need to be addressed in closed session. So though that may
Doesn't
address.
he have he's the one that has the right to confidentiality. Doesn't he have the right to waive his right to confidentiality and have it in open session?
He does not have a right to the deliberations in open session, so he can answer that question.
Well, we're not
but-
deliberating. I'm just asking him a question.
Yes, and you can ask that question. What I was just clarifying was that if that is also a question that someone wants posed, for example, to Dr. Castro, that cannot be asked in open session, so these are limited to questions to Dr. Durame.
Okay, that's fine. And can you tell me your name and what office you're with?
My name is Alicia Steinmanis. I am the district's outside legal counsel with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore.
Alicia with
Alicia Steinmanis.
Dimenis? With which office?
Liebert Cassidy Whitmore?
Okay.
Dr. Durame, could you restate the process by which you were informed?
What about my question?
It's the same question.
No, it's off.
Off now.
That's off.
There we go. Okay. So, the process was, as I stated, the evaluation was presented to me on September 29th.
September 29th?
Correct.
Just this past September? Or
Yes.
Not 2024?
Not 2024.
Okay.
No, September 29th. And so that meeting, in fact, had moved multiple times. Eventually, seen it on my schedule, not with the assignment on Outlook at all for that meeting to be, an evaluation meeting. So it was disclosed under something different as well. That evaluation took place. I had received other communication, but what has happened is the fact that a lot of the communication that came from the Vice President of Student Services was much after a situation that classified staff in the division had concerns about in the spring term. And so prior to that, there was not a whole lot of communication between myself and the Vice President of Student Services, oftentimes sending emails. A lot of those emails were non-responsive. But over time, that communication started becoming a little bit more direct in nature. A lot of the information that was being disclosed by me in meetings was kind of thrown back at me in a very kind of suspicious manner. Over time, more of that communication continued to happen, and which led to really a unjust evaluation on that date. As I mentioned, a lot of the meetings have been placed under other kind of definitions through other personnel and not directly from the Vice President of Student Services.
So getting back to my question, were you giving any specifics about what to do to?
So in the evaluation, there is a section where there are components of kind of improvement plans and things of that nature. So there was some recommendations of improvement, but obviously with a non-renewal, you're unable to then, perform those duties to ensure that you can correct them.
Mr. Garvey, that the improvements were given to you in the September 29th
Yes,
evaluation.
correct.
But then previous to that, there were several other, you said informal discussions about
improvement?
Yes, there was other requests, directives that were provided, and many of those were completed. And others were, oftentimes when you ask for a big change that is coming through from legislation, oftentimes that takes time. It takes a significant amount of collaboration. And so, I also oversee, one of the largest counseling departments in the state of California. And so with that comes a significant amount of planning, preparation, communication. And so, with that, I wasn't given proper time, as I mentioned. This was presented to me Monday, September 29th. Today we're December 17th. And, what corrective actions can one take in that time span?
Are there any additional questions? Trustee Chow?
Earlier, I heard this phrase, meet the standards. What is that? Could you define that for me a little bit?
Yes. So there's different legislation that, come through from the state, be it an assembly bill or, some type of Senate bill as well. Oftentimes, they will place some type of time frame on those to ensure that you are compliant, that you have accomplished those goals. And so oftentimes it's meeting, that standard of compliance.
So let me just rephrase. Meet the standards means meeting a specific time
on the evaluation.
Deadline?
You mean on the evaluation?
Yes, on evaluation.
Yes. So, there's different performance indicators. So, you exceed the standard regularly. You meet the standard. You do not meet the standard. Needs improvement. And so in many sections of my work, it was, as the Vice President of Student Services just mentioned, either does not meet the standard or needs improvement that I received in my evaluation.
Are there any additional questions? Thank you very much, Dr. Durame. Appreciate your time. If you could give that to the board clerk, that would be great. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to move on the agenda to item 1.2, confirmation of the closed session agenda, approval of the closed session agenda for the regular board meeting of December 17, 2025. Dr. Garcia, are there any additions, corrections, or deletions?
None.
Hearing none, at this time, we're going to move to item 2.1, which is public communication. At this time, the Board of Trustees are going to listen to communications from the public on matters that are on closed session agenda, consistent with the Government Code Section 54954-3A. The Board will not permit public comments on items that are not listed on the closed session agenda. Comments are going to be limited to no more than 2 minutes per person. So in accordance with Board Policy 2350, the Board will be limiting public comments to no more than 2 minutes per person. The Board may extend the time limit upon majority vote of the Board, and the Board encourages those who are speaking on a specific topic to perhaps select a spokesperson to address the concerns of the group. The Board will now hear closed sessions. We have roughly 40 public comments. So first person is Eric Lara, and then after Eric Lara will be Eddie Lee. Mr. Lara?
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Eric Lara, and for the past 9.5 years, I have served this institution as the Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity. In fact, I am the longest tenured Associate Dean at Mount SAC. Tonight, I stand before you with nearly a decade of service to this college, to its students, to the values this board publicly affirms. I am here because I was notified of the non-renewal of my contract and given an ultimatum. Either allow a negative mark to be placed on my personnel file or sign a pre-filled resignation letter on the spot. Additionally, BP 7250 provides retreat rights for educational administrators, which were not offered to me. This is not deliberation. This is not transparency. This is pressure. As I reviewed my non-renewal letter, I noticed that this action was identified for consideration in closed session. However, upon reviewing the board agenda and listed closed session items, I did not find this matter included. It does not fall under discipline, nor dismissal, nor release. My letter states non-renewal due to a, quote, departmental reorganization, which is not a for-cause action. And you all have a copy in front of you. Under Government Code Section 54957, closed session is strictly limited to discipline, dismissal, or release of a specific employee. It exists to address termination for cause, misconduct, or performance issues, none of which apply to me. My letter states reorganization. My non-renewal letter cites reorganization as the basis for this action. Reorganization constitutes a policy decision, and policy decisions are required to be agendized and discussed in open session. This means my non-renewal item has been misagendized with an incorrect title listing. Under Government Code Section 54957, closed session is limited to discipline, dismissal, or release of a specific employee. Reorganization and position elimination falls outside that authority and require open session discussion. Trustees, I respectfully request clarification as to why this matter has been classified under discipline, dismissal, or release. If this were truly a reorganization, it should not have been clearly stated on the agenda, discussed in open session, and supported by documentation. In California community colleges, reorganization triggers shared governance obligations, requiring constituent consultation. Shared governance is not optional. When was this reorganization discussed? Who was consulted? Where is the documentation? Why was the campus unaware? As Board President Hidalgo said, leadership stability is a competitive advantage. Over the past decade, I have brought stability, direction, statewide presence, and administrative coherence to this institution. I respectfully ask the board to consider how the elimination of this position advances student services, student success outcomes, or access, particularly in light of leadership's public comment that equity programs would not be reduced absent federal mandate or court order. I want to be clear that I remain deeply committed to this institution. I care profoundly about my work, my team, and the students we serve. After nearly a decade of service, Mount SAC is not simply my place of employment, it is a community to which I belong. Trustees, decisions of this magnitude warrant careful review, open deliberation, and full consideration of the record. I appreciate your leadership, your service, and the time you will take to consider this matter thoughtfully. I respectfully ask that transparency and process guide your deliberations. Thank you for your attention and for your continued stewardship for this college.
Thank you, Dr. Laura. We intentionally gave you the additional time. So, before we continue, I need to ask that we clear the area free from the students, please, for safety purposes and for ensuring that we are meeting our fire compliance. Thank you, students, for being supportive of Dr. Laura. Next, yes.
I got an email from Patricia Leon and Calde asking to be heard in open session as well.
There was District Council. Could you please explain the email that we received today and our reaction to,
Yes.
or our response?
Yes, President Hidalgo. Under the Brown Act, it's section 59, make sure I get it right, 54957. Subdivision B1 talks about the bases for going into closed session. It includes discussions of employment, discipline, dismissal, and also states that a board may hear charges and complaints against an employee brought by a person or another employee. If the board is hearing charges or complaints, the Brown Act also says that that employee gets what we refer to as a 24-hour notice ahead of the board meeting that the charges or complaints can be read in open session. If a manager is being non-renewed for performance out of an abundance of caution because the board's closed session discussion could discuss charges or complaints against them, then they were given a 24-hour notice. If a manager is being recommended for non-renewal for another reason, such as a reorganization, a limit under an administrative procedure for the number of years they can be employed in a particular position, or for a non-performance-based reason, they don't get the right to an open session discussion of the reasons, but they are provided the right to provide open comment. And so, for example, the person that you just asked about was told you're not being renewed for performance-related reasons, so you don't have that right under the Brown Act, but you can provide public comment. And my understanding is that there will be public comment. So that's the distinction.
And we will be discussing them in closed session.
Correct.
That is correct. Yeah. Great question. Thank you, Trustee Chen. All right. Number 2, again, we're limiting public comment to 2 minutes. Next up is Eddie Lee, and after Eddie is Luis Echeverria. Eddie?
Good evening, board members, administrators. My name is Eddie Lee, and I'm a counseling faculty member here at Mount SAC. As a student and employee, I've been here for over 28 years. I'm going to start with an excerpt from Vision 2035. Institutional goal number 1, culture of care, fostering a caring community where individuals are valued, respected, where students are surrounded by a network of empathy, personalized support, encouragement, and guidance. Empathy. This is a nice statement, but a statement is only as good as demonstrated action. And in this moment, you see everyone here, in this moment, that statement has no meaning. Take a look around. We have people who actually care about students, not just in words, in action. And yet we are being stifled from doing the very thing Vision 2035 claims to do. If we don't practice it, then it's fake. It's a facade. It's not real. It's worthless. Culture of care. Dr. Durrami just shared his testimony. By my account, a manager who managed the complexities of the counseling department, the faculty, with the goal of serving students from a developmental and holistic approach. Now you might think this is between him and his manager, and that could be true. But I ask you to consider this. I am truly curious. Was there empathy and respect in this process? Was there sincerity in this process? And finally, I am concerned for our counseling discipline. I am concerned about the position that will manage the counseling department. I am concerned about the unilateral decisions that are made without counseling input. I am requesting today that we take no action on agenda item 3.3 and the inextricably connected item 11.3 in your sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Luis Echeverria Miranda.
Newberry.
I'm sorry, man. Thank you. And then after
Excuse me,
Luis, it's Sarah Mestas.
Excuse me, President Hidalgo, may I clarify something? I believe our public comments are 3 minutes. Are they 2 tonight?
No, our public, as board chair, I have the authority under our board policy and under California law, Brown Act, to limit the amount of public comment. And I have made the determination that we will, because there are so many public comments, we will go to 2 minutes.
President Hidalgo, I mean, in light of the very important issue that is before the board, would you reconsider and allowing the normal 3 minutes for all of our speakers?
At this point, we are going to continue with 2 minutes, and we will see how we get in. Let's see if we can try to get to 7 o'clock before we adjourn into closed session.
Okay, thank you.
So next up is Luis, and then after Luis is Sarah Mestas. Luis?
Thank you. Good evening, board members, President Dr. Garcia, and Mount SAC leaders. My name is Dr. Luis Echeverria Newberry. I am also here to request and urge the board to cease action on items 3.3 of the closed session agenda, specifically those related to student services divisions, and item 11.3 of the open session agenda. I come to you with serious concerns regarding the lack of shared governance and transparency within the Student Services Division, concerns that directly impact students and counseling faculty. Under AB 1725 and Title V, faculty are to be relied upon in academic and professional matters. Counseling faculty clearly fall within this mandate, as their work directly affects student access, enrollment, equity, and academic success. Shared governance is a foundational principle of California community college systems and is essential to ensure decisions affecting students are informed by professional expertise of those who work closely with them. Unfortunately, several recent actions have been taken without consulting the counseling faculty. One example is that counselors were excluded from the process of amending the Dean of Counseling job description. Title V is clear that decisions affecting faculty roles, leadership qualifications, and student services must be developed through meaningful consultation, not after the fact. This is concerning because leadership in counseling requires an understanding of the ethical, legal, and professional complexities of counseling work. A dean of counseling with a counseling background is essential to supporting counselors and ultimately student success. Another example is the decision to move student registration significantly earlier, despite counselors voicing their concerns about how this would impact students' readiness, create access barriers, and have equity implications. There has also been a lack of transparency and communication with counseling faculty and students regarding the rationale of these changes, which limits our ability to effectively support students. Decisions of the magnitude should be made through a collaborative, shared governance process that values faculty expertise and prioritizes the needs of our students. When counseling faculty are excluded from such processes, it creates barriers for our students, especially those who rely heavily on counseling to navigate enrollment and academic planning. I respectfully urge the board to ensure that AB 1725 and Title V shared governance principles are upheld by ensuring counseling faculty are included in the decision impacting our students, and that transparency is maintained in all matters affecting students and the campus community. Thank you for your
very
time.
much. All right, next up is Sarah Mestas, and after Sarah is Jesse Lopez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and colleagues. I'm here today to ask you to pull consent agenda item 11.3, amended management job classifications, and add it to a future agenda so that the reorganization of student services can be done in a collegial manner. My name is Dr. Sarah Mestas, and I am counseling faculty. My education is in counseling and student development and in higher education. I've earned my doctorate in educational leadership in the community colleges. The work of counseling faculty starts with welcoming new students to the college and ends when they graduate, spanning every single discipline, including high school and non-credit programs. I'm not new to higher education and not new to Mount SAC. I was a student here, an hourly worker, classified, adjunct, and full-time faculty. My work at Mount SAC started 29 years ago this month. In that time, I've not seen the dismantling of student services the way I am right now. I've also never felt so in the dark about our future plans. The irony of Vision 2035 is not lost on me. Had my department not read the board agenda for today's meeting, we would have no idea that we're losing our Dean of Counseling. We would be coming back in January with no knowledge of a changed structure. The proposed Student Services Dean job description seems to be an effort to become generic. It lowers the years of experience needed to become a dean to 5 years, while the Dean of Arts still requires 7. Why the change? It also allows counseling faculty to be managed by someone outside of the field of counseling. This is in direct contrast to standards practice for California Community College counseling faculty and programs. Published and adopted in 1997, reaffirmed in 2008, including by our own academic senate. There's one item of this document that I'd like to highlight today. On page 14, number 3, the counseling faculty should have a primary role in developing the job description and the hiring of their administrators.
would like to express my disappointment in the lack of shared governance and collegiality, along with the lack of transparency in the restructuring of our division. I do not think it is a coincidence that this item is on the agenda the week after finals and a week
time
before
is up.
Christmas.
Thank you very much. Next is Jesse Lopez, and after Jesse, it's April Teles.
Hello, Mount SAC leadership. My name is Jesse Lopez. I've been at Mount SAC. I've been connected to Mount SAC for over 20 years. Mount SAC is my home. I've been here as a student, a basic skills student, a low-income EOP&S student. I've been a full-time classified member. I've been a tutor, a peer advisor, an adjunct counselor, and now full-time tenured faculty. And I don't recognize Mount SAC anymore. For me, the amount of work that I've put over in this college throughout the years have dramatically changed the landscape of my family. Coming from a low-income household where we didn't have formal education, to me, Mount SAC has always been a place of opportunity, trust, transparency, integrity. And I don't see that. I don't see that. And for me, working with students, this is stuff that I love. I do this outside of my job. I come here in the nights. I'm with colleagues doing the good work that we do because we know it dramatically affects students and changes their lives. I've never complained about the workload because there's shared vision, there's shared governance, there's input, and we feel like we're part of a team. And in all honesty, this year alone, I felt more of that workload than ever. To me, it's evident what we're mentioning with regards to transparency, with regards to how evaluation processes are being handled, right? In one instance, it's used to say, you know what, we don't have a competency, right? And in another instance, it's used, the argument is used about restructuring. Clearly, right, if it's not one, it's the other. For us, there has to be shared input about what this looks like for a campus. There is a silver lining in my experiences from coming from poverty, from coming from violence. The silver lining is we can smell when things don't feel right. We can feel that sense, and this is that. And I'm urging the board, I'm trying to appeal to your humanity to understand where we're coming from. This isn't a sense of, we want someone there because we think, we like them, or no, this is the right thing to do, to have true transparent processes and have shared governance for people that actually affect students. So I urge you all to pull that consent item. It was 11.3 and 3.3. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is April Teles, and after April is Larry McDaniel. Hi, April.
Hi. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the board, Dr. Garcia as well. My name is April Tejas, and I've been teaching at Mount San Antonio College for 18 years in the esteemed history department, and now most recently also as a member of the ethnic studies department. I have given everything of my heart and so much of my time to Mount SAC. I started here full-time when my daughter was 3 weeks old, and my son 25 months as a single mother. Why did I do this? Why did I commit? It was more than a job. It was because of what Mount SAC represented. It represented giving to the people, all people, equitably, equally, giving accessibility with its promotions, with its programs of Aspire, Arise, the Dream Program, the Rising Scholars Program, every program, the First People Center, every program. That's why I gave of it. It wasn't just for a job. I was employed at UC Riverside as well, but I gave of my time, and I want you to understand my sacrifice as well as I understand yours. So I come here today after recently finding out about closed-door dealings to not only terminate Dr. Eric Lara, Dean of Student Success and Equity, but to eliminate that vital position altogether. This act is a clear violation of employee codes as a decision to quote-unquote reorganize the Student Success and Equity Department and not renew his contract was not transparent, did not include constituent discussion, and the information was not offered to all of you until this closed session. I find that very problematic, and I think you should as well. The furtive actions taken to eliminate Dr. Lara and the entire position of Dean of Student Success and Equity is a direct and insulting attack on what this college represents. It is a direct attack on equity. It is a direct attack on Mount SAC 2035, which I know that you recently afforded to the campus and amongst yourselves as well. And it is a direct attack on students and faculty alike. As a historian, I am fully aware of the use of the word reorganization as a mask for what it really means, which is elimination. Eliminating Dr. Lara and the entire position of Dean of Student Equity is a dismantling the values of Mount SAC promises to uphold. And I know I'm going over, but I want to go over. Without strong and direct oversight of the many programs overseen
All right,
by and
your time
protected
has
by the Dean of
ended.
Student Equity position, fractures
Thank you
are
very
inevitable. We
much.
cannot allow fractures on student equity. We
Next
cannot
up.
acquiesce and capitulate to the
Excuse
dangerous
me,
political
Ms.
rhetoric
Tejas.
surging from the current administration. Who are we if we do? Who are you? Where do you sleep at night? When you lay your head down, you come from farm
Ms.
workers. You know student
Tejas?
equity. You know, no, and I'm not
Your
going to
time is
apologize
up.
for this. No, because this is not
I'm gonna
acceptable.
have to
Who are
ask
you when you lay
security
your head
to
down
be
at night?
here.
There you go. Thank you. And I get to speak longer because I'm
Please.
actually speaking for one of my faculty
Excuse
members
me.
as well.
I'm next up
All right.
is Larry Talia.
All right, here
Larry
we go.
McDaniel.
My name is not Larry, but I am speaking on his behalf, and I am chair of the Ethnic Studies Department at Mount San Antonio College. I'm approaching my 6th year at the institution and clearly remember what initially drew me here. I was told by faculty, staff, and administrators that Mount SAC aspired to be a statewide leader in equity. What attracted me was not the language itself, but the evidence behind it. When I arrived, I saw a college making a genuine institutional commitment to equity, sustained support for equity centers, meaningful resources and programming, and the work of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Social Justice, and Anti-Racism Council, engaging data and professional development. I was proud to work at an institution that appeared to understand the seriousness of that work. That pride has dissipated today. It is concerning. It has been replaced by deep disappointment and, frankly, a sense of betrayal. Much of Mount SAC's equity leadership has rested on the work of Dr. Lara, who has served this institution for 10 years with tireless commitment. He has worked consistently to ensure that students' academic and personal needs are met, and he has helped position Mount SAC as the equity leader it claims to be. I travel often and remain in close conversation with colleagues across community colleges throughout the state. When I mention Mount SAC, what is repeatedly cited, is our equity-centered approach. That reputation does not exist by accident. It exists in large part because of Dr. Lara's leadership. We are currently operating in a deeply volatile political climate. The individuals most directly impacted by this instability are our students, particularly those who rely on stable, equity-centered support. This moment demands experience, expertise, and steady leadership. Mount SAC's equity work requires a capable and experienced steward. Dr. Lara is that steward. Today, I ask the board to seriously reflect on the following questions. Number one, how does the non-renewal of a highly successful and well-regarded Associate Dean of Equity and the elimination of the position altogether align with Mount SAC's Vision 2035, which identifies equity as a central institutional priority? And number two, how does this decision align with the California Community College's Vision 2030, which explicitly charges colleges across the state to lead with equity? I urge you to act decisively and responsibly. Strengthen our peace so you do not have to rebuild it. Honor the equity commitments this
Thank you
institution
very
has
much.
made.
Your time is up.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Praha. And then after Praha is Karel Lorkin.
To the Board of Directors, hello again. My name is Prahas Rudvaraju. You might remember me joining the meeting a few months ago as one of the new faculty hires in the Department of Ethnic Studies. I come before you today to add to the many voices sharing their serious concerns regarding the termination of Dr. Lara's position. I chose to teach at Mount SAC in particular due to its commitment to DESA and its deep understanding that in order to serve its student body, it needs to support the various underserved and minoritized student populations that are strongly represented in community college campuses. This commitment was very apparent through Mount SAC 2035, as well as its robust multicultural and equity-centered programs led by Dr. Lara, such as El Centro, CBCSS, the First People's Native Center, Arise, Dream, Next Up Reach, the Pride Center, the Multicultural Center, and more. Prior to accepting my offer, I spoke with one of the incredible staff members who works in these programs to ask, is Mount SAC committed to equity and inclusion, especially of underserved committees? Or do you feel like it's in a constant uphill battle for you to get your needs heard? The staff member reassured me that Mount SAC's values align with mine thanks to the vision laid out by administration, students, faculty, and board members in Vision 30 and Mount SAC 2035. Healing-centered engagement is fulfilled through the mission, services, events, and the outstanding people working tirelessly behind the scenes in the aforementioned equity programs. Dr. Lara is an expert in the field who is so renowned for what he does that administrators across the state contact him for guidance on how to create and direct their own equity centers. If Mount SAC is to remove Dr. Lara from his position and also get rid of the position, I do not understand how that aligns aligns with Mount SAC 2035 or healing-centered engagement. This is a powerful concept, and when committed to properly and not superficially, has the power to transform lives. Our Ethnic Studies Department works closely with our equity programs and regularly promotes events and activities from these centers for our students because we understand the benefit of their programming. Students engaged in these programs have higher retention and overall success at Mount SAC. Removing their strongest advocate, who is an expert at what he does, would be detrimental to the equity programs and also the students who rely on them in their academic success, well-being, and community. Please do not terminate Dr. Lara, and please do continue your outstanding commitment to our students and the greater Mount SAC community through healing-centered engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Karel Lokeni. After Karel is Andrea Fejeran.
Thank you. All right. Okay, good evening, trustees and president. I'm here on behalf of Karel Lokeni, and here are her words. I'm here to express serious concern about the so-called department reorganization being used to eliminate positions across our college, including the forced removal of our associate dean, whose leadership and service have been central to this institution. Reorganization, when done with integrity, is guided by clear data, shared governance, and transparency. What we are seeing instead is the absence of all three. There has been no meaningful explanation of the criteria used to eliminate these positions, no publicly shared analysis, no clear articulation of how these decisions improve student outcomes, operational effectiveness, or fiscal stability. What we do see is a list of respected professionals removed under a vague label that avoids accountability. When leadership relies on language like non-renewal due to department reorganization, rather than addressing performance, vision, or institutional need directly, it raises an important question. Is this reorganization about strengthening the college or about removing people without due process? This lack of transparency erodes trust. It sends a message to faculty, staff, and students that decisions affecting livelihoods and learning can be made behind closed doors without shared governance or honest communication. This is not how healthy institutions operate. Community colleges exist to serve students, especially those most marginalized. Removing experienced leaders without explanation disrupts programs, damages morale, and creates fear rather than innovation. To be clear, this is not resistance to change. Change is necessary, but change without transparency is not reform, it's harm. I urge the board to determine the rationale behind these decisions, recommit to shared governance, and pause further removals until there is clarity, accountability, and community input.
Thank you very
Karel
much.
Lokeni, Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Educators Collective.
Thank you. Next up is Andrea Fejeran, and after Andrea is, that's gracious, Beta Meyer, Dr. Meyer.
Okay.
All right, Andrea?
Hafade and Senama Ase Manako Ifafanagwe. Hello, may the Creator bless the Board of Trustees with wisdom tonight as you are educators and leaders of change. In higher education, many of us commit our lives to service and to cultivating the next generation. In Pacific Islander communities and those that stand behind me, we are taught that our decisions impact 7 generations to come, that teaching carries both humility and responsibility. I come before you as a co-founding board member of the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Educators Collective and as an educational administrator with 26 years of service. In my dual role as community leader and campus leader, I deeply respect the public trust entrusted to the board. Non-renewal of Dr. Eric Lara fractures everything this campus has sought to become. I want to frame my comments through Mount SAC 2035, not as opposition, but as alignment. Our plan names a welcoming and safe environment as conditions for success. Safety is not only physical, it's psychological, and it's relational. When decisions of great magnitude occur quickly and without visible dialogue, uncertainty ripples across the community. A welcoming environment is sustained when people understand why decisions are made and how our values guided the process. Goal 1 of Mount SAC 2035 calls us to a culture of care. A culture of care does not avoid difficult decisions, so I understand it, but it holds with them transparency, intention, and compassion. From my ancestors' Pacific ways of knowing, there is a teaching about canoe balance. When the waters are rough, paddling faster to make swift decisions does not save our canoe. Attunement does. You pause, sense the current, and keep the canoe upright. Slowing down is not inaction, it is wisdom. This is not a request to assign fault, it is an invitation to attune and recognize the decision to keep Dr. Eric Lara is a decision that would fracture our institution if you do not keep him. The reasons for non-renewal must not be ignored.
Thank you
Mount
very
SAC
much.
2035 is
Your time
our
is
shared
extended.
canoe. When the waters are rough, we pause, we listen, and together we keep it upright for our students and our generations to come.
Thank
Siju
you very
Smase.
much. Next up is Dr. Beta Meyer. After Dr. Beta Meyer is Francis Borrella.
I forgot it had wheels.
Dear President Garcia, Board President Peter Hidalgo, and board members, I'm requesting that Agenda Item 3.3 be tabled for now. My name is Dr. Beta Meyer from the Biology Department. I have worked here for 25 years, and in that quarter of a century, I have seen a great deal of change. One of the pivotal members instilling equity changes has been Dr. Eric Lara. Dr. Lara has managed and written grants, has supported equity programs, and has helped to create the Equity Center. He has supported equity efforts for years, and I will mention a few notable ones. He has supported efforts to balance the science field through Women of Color in STEM, which encourages underrepresented and minoritized students to see how powerful these women in science and engineering are as role models in both career and personal life. He has supported the Pride Center and helped it become a place that fully supports students in a safe and welcoming, non-judgmental space, and he has supported the development and establishment of the First Peoples Center. The Equity Center and the grant support that drive programs were possible due to Dr. Eric Lara. He is also a kind and supportive manager over the students and staff who work with him, and he supports faculty efforts to bring about empowerment and change in student lives. He has been an exemplary and outstanding employee who has brought a great deal of benefit to the college equity programs. I am aware that there is a possibility of restructuring the Equity Center and its related programs, and there are always very good reasons for why decisions like these may need to be made. But to eliminate the position of a person who has been instrumental in establishing these programs and in maintaining grant support and collegial interactions between faculty, staff, administration, and centers would be a very large mistake. These programs succeed because of Dr. Eric Lara in synergy with his staff and colleagues. It is unwise to break apart a system where components are interdependent if you wish to maintain the currently established successes. There are better ways of reimagining and restructuring than to destroy the core and heart of the equity programs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meyer. Next is Francis Borrella, and after Francis, it's Carrie Leigh Henderson.
Thank you for having me here to speak. I appreciate your listening. I'm a faculty of the biology department, and I'm here in support of Eric Lara. I'm also the faculty advisor for the Native American Intertribal Student Alliance for the past 27 years. I have often worked closely with Eric, and I have a deep gratitude and appreciation for his commitment to equity, and specifically for the support he has given for Native American students. I know he has always worked with a high degree of integrity essential to Native people. Native students are a vulnerable group who need champions to bring visibility and resources for their particular needs. Eric has always worked closely with me, especially ensuring that tradition and protocol are properly observed for all events. He played an instrumental part in helping us establish the First Peoples Native Center and then getting it funded by the State of California grant. Eric and I have continually worked together to make sure that the $1 million grant is properly executed, even when others with less traditional knowledge interpret the goals differently. I trust Eric because he is a strong leader with student need focus and leads his support staff with logic, intelligence, and compassion. It is outrageous that faculty input was never asked for in making the decision to not renew this contract due to reorganization of the Equity Center. Shared governance is essential to major campus reorganization planning for legal, trust, and cooperation reasons. I am deeply bothered that this decision happened abruptly and when we were on break. Please reconsider making these decisions final, as a huge number of students and faculty will be negatively impacted. Eric Lara and the Equity Center have been a huge asset to a marginalized group.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Carrie Leigh Henderson, and after Carrie Leigh is John Pinson.
It's Carrie Lee.
Forgive me.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Carrie Lee Henderson, enrolled member of the Chickasaw Nation and former Cultural Engagement and Student Success Co-Coordinator of a tribal college. Today I'm here as a representative of the local Native community, respectfully asking for the board to reconsider their decision to let Dr. Eric Lara go. The Native American Student Support and Success Program was created with a clear and intentional purpose to support the academic success, cultural safety, and retention of Native students. That support must be substantive, culturally competent, and grounded in what Native students themselves identify as their needs. Eric consistently demonstrates a genuine commitment to that purpose. He listens, he sought input from Native students and non-students. He has been willing to advocate for better programming that goes beyond symbolism and towards real, sustainable support. In my own conversations with Dr. Lara, he has been more than open to the ideas centered on long-term Native students' wellness and success, including the inclusion of a resident elder, access to a Native American behavioral health specialist, routine talking circles, and the creation of a culturally safe space specifically for Native students. These are not abstract concepts. They are evidence-based, community-informed supports that directly address the realities of Native students that they face in higher education. Native students need more than visibility. They need dedicated space, trusted leadership, and support systems that recognize our distinct histories, lived experiences, and responsibilities to our communities. While broader Indigenous programming has value, Eric understands that it is not a replacement for Native-specific support and that it does not belong in a NASP program. Blending Native students into generalized frameworks risks erasing the very needs NASP was designed to address. Eric understands this distinction. He respects the Native voices and is willing to advocate for them within institutional structures. That kind of advocacy is essential, especially in systems where Native students are often underrepresented and unheard. The decision to remove him raises serious concerns about the direction of the NASP implementation and whether the intent of this grant is being fully honored. It also sends a discouraging message to Native students about whose voices matter and whose advocacy is valued. Reconsidering this decision is not simply about one individual. It's about reaffirming commitment to Native students' success, cultural safety, and accountability. It's about ensuring that those entrusted with supporting Native students are willing to listen, learn, and advocate alongside of us.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is John Pinson, and after John is Kara Tan.
Thank you. Let's see, John Pinson, Chaffey College Student Support Services, cultural photographer working with Native peoples. I photographed in this very building. But I'm really here speaking as a former research assistant of University Professor Emory Elliott, who worked as a consultant to academic programs. I've evaluated with him a lot of sick academic programs. Watched powerful people fall, even saw one take his life when backdoor dealings were revealed. In a bureaucracy, procedure must be followed. Terms of grants must be followed, otherwise funding will be terminated. Down the road, under review or audit, these deviations from procedure will end up costing people their careers. Eric Lara understands this and follows procedure with the goal of best serving both the needs of the student population and the requirements of sustained funding. He is knowledgeable, professional, by the book. He's the one person I've spoken with here who understands this. He's humble enough to ask people in the Native community how he can serve them. He's developing a reputation as an ally.
and I say this as a non-native person who works closely with the community. The midnight rejiggering of programs is a red flag. It will virtually guarantee the loss of funding. You're also working to remove an ally to Native peoples. Native peoples are more than aware of the history of the misuse of earmarked funds and the systematic removal of sympathetic allies. Having been on both sides of the grant writing process, people talk. People in the Native community talk, and there will be conversations about Mount SAC. What did they do with that grant for equity with Native people? They fired the one Native guy there and got rid of the guy who was trying to advocate for programs. If you want my recommendation as a consultant, it would be to censure whoever proposed this travesty of procedure, and both the president and the board of trustees should issue public statements distancing themselves from the taint of it, especially if you want to earn the trust and partnerships of the Native community.
Thank you very much. Next up is Kara Tan, and after Kara is Francesca Gambini. Hi, Kara.
I'm actually speaking on behalf of Kara. This public comment is being read on behalf of Kara Tan, Professor of Psychology and former Faculty Coordinator of the Pride Center. Members of the board, President Garcia, and members of the Mount SAC community, I am speaking today regarding item 3.3. I have learned that a major reorganization of student services management is underway, yet proper procedures do not appear to have been followed. The Academic Senate was not informed of changes to the Student Services organizational structure, which falls under the 10+1, specifically institutional planning and budget development, and may violate Title V and California Ed Code. My understanding is that multiple dean positions are being eliminated and replaced with General Dean Student Services roles, including the elimination of the Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity. This is a significant change that directly affects programs supporting marginalized students and undermines equity, a core value of Mount SAC. As a faculty member and former Pride Center faculty coordinator, I have worked closely with both instruction and student services. When these divisions collaborate, students benefit. When communication breaks down, students are harmed. Excluding faculty from a major reorganization will negatively impact students, particularly through the loss of specialized leadership for equity-focused programs such as the Pride Center. This work is distinct from counseling, student engagement, or student life and requires specialized oversight. I am deeply concerned about the lack of transparency and shared governance in this process. I urge the board to pause this reorganization until it can be conducted transparently and inclusively with meaningful input from the Academic Senate. Thank you for your time, Kara Tan.
Thank you very much. Next is Francesca Gambini, and after Francesca is Dr. Aida Cuenza. Are you reading for Francesca?
That's me.
Great.
C'est moi.
Hello.
Members of the Board of Trustees, President Garcia, and members of the Mount SAC community. My name is Francesca Gambini, and I am a professor of Spanish and coordinator of the Spanish language program in the Department of World Languages. I am speaking today as a faculty member and as a former member of the dissolved and restructured Student Equity Committee, which worked directly under the leadership of Dr. Lara, Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity. I am here to share concerns related to Agenda Item 3.3, the closed session item for public employee discipline, dismissal, or release. The board is being asked to consider the reorganization of student services management and the elimination of the position of Dean, Student Success and Equity. I am concerned that this reorganization appears to be moving forward without a clear explanation or meaningful community involvement. To my knowledge, no written reorganization plan has been shared with faculty, with students, or with the broader campus. There has been no public discussion of what is changing, why specific dean positions are being impacted, and how these changes will improve services for students. Without this information, it is difficult for the campus community to understand what problem this reorganization is meant to solve, first of all, and how success will be measured. I am especially concerned about the lack of faculty and student input, particularly regarding the elimination of Dr. Lara's position. This position oversees programs such as the Center for Black Culture, DREAM, Arise, El Centro, the Pride Center, and the First Peoples Native Center. And these programs are deeply connected to teaching, learning, and student support. They are spaces where students build confidence, find belonging, and receive guidance that directly affects their academic success. When changes affect programs of this scope and importance, faculty and students should be part of the conversation before decisions are finalized and not after. Excluding those voices risks weakening the very programs that are meant to support student success. So I respectfully ask the board to reconsider whether you have been provided with full and clear pictures of this reorganization and whether the process has reflected Mount SAC's values of inclusion, care, and transparency.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I urge you to pause this action until the campus
Next
community
up.
has been heard and the opportunity to understand and engage these proposed changes. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Dr. Aida Cuenca-Uvas. And after Dr. Cuenca-Uvas is Tutasi Asuega. Okay, sorry if I got that wrong. Dr. Aida?
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. I am Dr. Aida Cuenca-Uvas, Director for the Arise program, reporting to Dr. Eric Lara. I want to draw attention to the mana that I feel permeates this space. Mana is a Native Hawaiian term that evokes an unspoken feeling shared among the community. The mana in this space has a somberness surrounded by distrust, raising questions of truth-telling, integrity, transparency, and compassion. Some of us have been tasked to read 4 pivots as we undergo change and healing-centered engagement for Mount SAC 2035, a responsibility we do not take lightly in service to our students, their families, and the communities that have entrusted our leadership at this institution. In Chapter 2, Truth is power as is knowledge is power. Without knowing the direction we are going with institutional reorganization, without input or discourse, without collective wisdom, how do we trust? I have been employed with Mount SAC for nearly 35 years. I was a student worker, stats tutor, a graduate, transfer student, classified employee, adjunct faculty, administrator, and scholarship donor. I am most perplexed by a decision that lacks clarity, enough clarity to trust at this point in time. In Chapter 3, Ginwright uses the analogy of a dust storm where vision is impaired. He writes that having clarity is quote-unquote something we feel deep from inside and involves accepting a sense of calm certainty. As I process my understanding by listening to others, I find that this is missing. Finally, while reflecting on BP and AP 3100, which provide a context for the CEO's power to define organizational charts, it also requires the Board of Trustees to publicly review and approve the proposed delineation of roles and assignments. Rhetorically, when we talk about a reorganization, does this include position elimination in advance of the proposed realignment? What are the repercussions and impact on the faculty, staff, and students? In Chapter 5, Ginwright examines Martin Luther King's idea that, quote-unquote, power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic.
Thank you.
And in
Your
that
time is
collision,
up.
a culture of care is lost.
Thank you. Next is Tutasi. Hey. I'm sorry, and after you is Selena Tanvasa.
Members of the board, good evening. My name is Tutasi Aswang, and I serve in the Arise program as the program specialist. I want to ground my remarks in our vision statement at Mount SAC, that we provide quality educational programs and support services by advancing student achievement and equity within a climate of integrity and respect, and that we consistently exceed the expectations of our students, our staff, and our community. That commitment depends not only on our outcomes, but on decisions that are structurally sound and guided by shared governance. When a reorganization affects academic programs, faculty roles, or the structures that support instruction, the campus must be meaningfully consulted before decisions are finalized. This is not a procedural formality, it is a governance required tied to institutional integrity. Unfortunately, as an equity program, we have not been consulted. The Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity, Dr. Eric Lara, oversees CBCSS, DREAM, Arise, El Centro, Pride, and FPNC. These are faculty, staff, equity-driven programs, and culturally responsive learning and support centers that directly impact curriculum support, retention, belonging, and completion. Removing or fundamentally altering this leadership role will weaken the coordination, advocacy, and accountability that sustain equity efforts on this campus. That impact is not theoretical. It directly affects how student success and equity programs function, how faculty are supported, and how institutional commitments to equity are operationalized. Because these areas touch educational program development and student success standards, changes to this position carry academic implications. Our collective responsibility is to advance student achievement and equity. Meaningful consultation protects equity infrastructure, strengthens decision-making, and ensures reorganization aligns with our mission rather than undermining it. I respectfully request that the Board of Trustees reflect on whether our commitment to equity at this time truly honors the success of our students and allows us as an institution to move forward with clarity, accountability, and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Selena Tanuvasa. And then after Selena is Andrea Gonzalez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Salema Lynn Tanavasa. I'm a peer mentor for the Arise program. I'm here to express concerns about a closed agenda, item 3.3, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. I want to understand how this may affect the students, especially those who fall under the Equity Center programs. How is this going to affect our minority students, and what is going to happen to our representation on campus? As a student leader for an equity program, not having leadership such as Dr. Laura that caters to the voices and matters of our equity programs makes me question what the future may look like for us students. From seeing Dr. Laura and his work, I have learned that being a leader means advocating for my peers' needs, and it's up to us as students to make a center that acts upon improving educational outcomes and continue making spaces for underrepresented students. Environments like this creates community and builds our future leaders. Within the equity program, we have a big community where everyone collaborates for events, ideas, and we also share services with one another. We wouldn't be able to fully work in collaboration if it was not for Dr. Laura and his organization within our training and networking with the equity programs. Having a dean that shows up consistently for us students by showing up at our events and meeting with us students one-on-one makes our connection to this institution so much stronger. Being under one shared space allows us student leaders to be of better service to our peers and maintain the understanding that having a place of belonging on campus understands where everyone is coming from. As a first-generation minority student, having a community that acknowledges my difference and cultural identity makes me feel seen and understood. Without an Equity Center dean, how is the reorganization going to address the needs of the Equity Center programs? Are our programs going to be reorganized into general student programs? If so, are we embracing the important variations across the different ethnic identities that are being highlighted and represented within some of our equity programs?
Thank you, Sulema. Your time is up. Next is Andrea Gonzalez. Oh, hi, Andrea. And after Andrea, it's Teresa Pham.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Andrea Gonzalez, and I am a classified employee serving as the Project Program Specialist of Student Success and Equity. And even though it is my birthday today, I chose to be here to express my concerns about closed agenda item 3.3. I am deeply concerned regarding the undisclosed departmental reorganization, which seeks to eliminate the position of the Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity. For the past 9.5 years, our department, under the leadership of my supervisor, Dr. Eric Lara, has bolstered incredible support for equity programs at Mount SAC, serving undocumented, Black, Latinx, Asian, Pacific Islander, Native American, and LGBTQ students. In my 4 years alone, our department has grown to include the inaugural First Peoples Native Center, the Center for Black Culture and Student Success, El Centro, the Pride Center, and the Multicultural Center. It simply does not make sense to eliminate such a specialized role led with such humility, humanity, and necessary expertise as Dr. Lara has, without a shared plan in place. The fact that this undisclosed plan eliminates a role that has brought more visibility, stability, resources, collaboration, and support for our students under the steady leadership of Dr. Lara does not instill confidence in me about the future of DEI efforts on our campus. Furthermore, it is hard not to separate this action from the growing list of campuses across our nation where entire offices, programs, and positions have been consolidated under new names and titles to appease our current White House administration. According to the Chronicle of Education, who has been tracking changes in response to anti-DEI legislation, 428 college campuses in 47 states and DC have made changes. Is this the direction Mount SAC is headed? From the Chancellor, Dr. Christian, to President Dr. Garcia, we have heard nothing but strong commitments upholding our college's values, which I so appreciate, which center equity as a transformational necessity in order to provide the conditions for all students to develop their full academic and social potential. Choosing to conscientiously eradicate such an important leadership role that has sustained our commitments to DEI for nearly a decade and developed some of the most robust student support programs in the state, which other institutions
Your
model
time is
after,
up.
is the opposite of everything Mount SAC aspires to.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Next is Teresa Pham, and after Teresa is Jasmine Vargas.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Teresa Pham, and I've had the privilege of working at Mount SAC for the past 9.5 years, 3.5 of which has been for the ARISE program within the Equity Center. I'm here to express concerns about closed agenda item 3.3, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, as it has come to my attention that the Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity, who I so lovingly refer to as my jefe, Dr. Eric Lara's contract will not be renewed beyond the end of this academic year. As someone who works for an equity program within the Equity Center, I'm completely dumbfounded and left with so many questions. First of which is, where is the transparency in this decision? I recently had the privilege to represent CSEA in the Student Equity Plan work group that developed Mount SAC's 2025 to 2028 Student Equity Plan. A plan developed in alignment with Mount SAC's 2035 and Vision 2030, both of which are grounded in extensive student feedback. Feedback that Mount SAC says they value so much that for the first time, we've actually incorporated student voices within the hiring process for certain campus positions. Students are voting members of the hiring process. But when it comes to a department reorganization or the removal of a position or person like Dr. Lara that impacts all areas of our campus, their voice is somehow nowhere to be found. We didn't know about this. I work within the Equity Center. I've never heard anything about a reorganization. Surely that can't be the case. Mount SAC is the model. We're committed to a culture of care. Board President Trustee Hidalgo, at last month's board meeting, you said Mount SAC is the largest community college in California. Leadership stability is competitive advantage. That's the reason why you voted to continue Dr. Garcia's contract for another 3 years. We needed stability. We needed leadership. That is what you said. But somehow, Dr. Lara has brought us over 9 years of leadership and stability on this campus statewide, and he's grown student success and equity, and you can't renew his contract? Renewing his contract is also our protective action.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very
Sorry
much.
for yelling. I didn't mean to yell.
All right. Next
sounds a little
up
bit
is
loud.
Jasmine Vargas.
But for transparency
And
purposes, you
after
posted the agenda
Jasmine
so everybody
is
can
Frank
see it.
Vega.
Where's the transparency? Okay,
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Jasmine Vargas and then Frank Vega.
Good evening, Board of Trustee members. My name is Jasmine Vargas, and I am the coordinator of the Veterans Resource Center here at Mount San Antonio College. I'm here to express my concerns about closed agenda item 3.3, public employee discipline dismissal, release, and pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. I myself began my journey at Mount San Antonio College in the summer of 2006. I have seen changes, I have seen people, I have seen board members come and go. And I am still here, and there is such a commitment to this college. When Standing here representing the Veterans Resource Center and my veteran students, it's not often that I've come to the board to request something, but I am asking for you guys to please pause and pull this agenda item for the time being so it could really be looked at. Many of you have a platform or have gone on a platform of stating how Mount SAC loves veterans, how Mount SAC appreciates veterans, what the veteran community brings to the college. They're always at the forefront. Someone who embodies that is Dr. Lara. Dr. Lara has been honored by our veterans. He has received a challenge coins. He has been a member. He has been selected as an honor during the Marine Corps birthday, this last 250th celebration. For me, what I've seen since my time, I've been through a reorganization within my own department, and there was transparency from my VP at that time. She came, she spoke with us, she spoke with all those involved in that reorganization. Now, was it what we necessarily wanted to hear when we lost that position? No, it wasn't. But she came and she explained everything that was going on. The lack of transparency that's happening with the position being eliminated for Dr. Lara is something that I've never seen before. I have never felt so disposable in my role here at Mount SAC as I do now. I do not recognize this campus. I have gotten to be under some amazing, amazing leadership. And I want to continue to say how much I appreciate everything that you all do.
Thank you, Jasmine. Your time is
reconsider.
up. Thank you. Next is Frank Vega, and after Frank, it's Christian Mencias.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Francisco Vega, and I'm an 8-year combat veteran of the United States Marine Corps. For the last year, I've had the honor of serving as a peer mentor for the Veterans Resource Center at Mount SAC. I'm here to express concerns about closed agenda item 3.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, as it has come to my attention that the contract for the Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity will not be renewed. While Dr. Lara does not directly oversee the Veterans Resource Center, I'm here to let you all know that he has played an integral part of the success of our student veterans. In my 2 years as a student at Mount SAC, I can speak to the guidance and mentorship that he has provided me and my fellow veteran students with the time he spends checking in on us at the Veterans Resource Center. Trustee Jay Chen, at last month's board meeting, when many of the board members stated concerns for change of a process regarding President Garcia's employment contract, you said, "The problem I have with this board agenda is the process through which it was done." I don't think it was fair to Dr. Garcia or to board members. This is the first time I'm seeing the contract. The first time I saw it was when it was posted for public consumption. And the board should, I believe, as always, discuss these figures in depth before posting something for action. How is it that a reorganization that would result in the removal of the Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity would not be publicly posted in a transparent process for all students to be made aware of? You said yourself, it's a broken process which leads to less than ideal outcomes. Let's not make a pattern of continuing to follow broken processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Christian Mencias, and after Christian is Stephen Zaruka, maybe?
Zamora.
Oh, Zamora. Sorry, boss. All right.
Good evening, board members of the trustees. My name is Christian Mencias. I am a Mount SAC student and veteran of Operation Enduring Freedom 14. I'm here to express concerns about the closed agenda item 3.3. I find it uncomfortable that a school that prides itself on having students involvement and equity will have to make such a decision without the students' involvement. I don't understand how a person that has been a pillar at Mount SAC can just be removed without student input at all. I find this as an act of retaliation by a power-hungry individual that's not following orders and wants to do whatever they want. Dr. Lara has been one of the few individuals outside the BRC that has supported us and take care of us as veterans, because there have been very few people that actually care about us in this school. I respectfully urge the board to reconsider this process and ensure that standards are held to the highest intent before any action is taken. I would find it to be a disservice for students and the college as a whole if the Dr. Lara is removed from his position. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Appreciate that. Next is Steven Zamora.
Good evening, Board of
I'm
Trustees.
sorry, hold on. After Steven, it's Victor Sierra. Thank you.
I just have an observation. You know, this is a very important matter to us veterans here at the school. And I've noticed throughout this meeting that people are on their phones, not taking this meeting seriously. I would appreciate that you guys give that respect to the students and the staff that are here. That being said, my name is Steven Zamora. I am a Mount SAC student, Army combat veteran. I'm here to express my concerns about a closed agenda, item 3.3, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, and Pursuant Government Code Section 54957. I have some serious questions that I'd like the board to hear. Why was there no written reorganization plan or G-chart or budget analysis that supports this decision? Sorry. If so, why has the public not received a copy? Is the board confident that they have been given all required community input, budget analysis, and proposals related to the Department of Reorganization and non-renewal of the Associate Dean Student Success of Equity? What community consultation informed this recommendation? Okay. Dr. Lauro stated that this is a second home for many of us, not just himself. He constantly included veterans and people of all cultures, races, and colors through the events he has put together. These events help bring the students and the staff closer together. That I appreciate as a veteran that has PTSD. Sometimes I don't want to go home because I have my own thoughts. And this helps us, change the mindset. Being a veteran and transitioning into the civilian sector, what was done to Dr. Lara was unjust, especially during the holidays. This is a reminder that we are just numbers and simply discarded when we are used.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you, Mr. Zamora. Next is Victor Sierra, and after Victor is Christine Romeo.
Victor Sierra's not here. So.
Okay. Then we'll go next, and that is Christine Romeo. And then after Christine is Carol Gomez. Hi, Christine.
Hello. Okay, so I am Christine Romeo. I'm a project program specialist here for InReach Services. I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of someone else, and because I'm afraid of running out of time, I'm going to read the ending first. Okay, so I'm reading on behalf of Seth Fink from EAB. Individuals like Francisco Durame do not come around very often. His work as a student success champion at Mount SAC has already made a huge difference, and he has the requisite vision to take things even further as we dive further into the enrollment side of the platform and continue the expansion of his earlier visionary work. I have been a student success professional for 16 years, and I've met few people as fierce and intentional a champion as Francisco Durame. Okay, to the top. Dear Board of Trustees, I am writing to express my strong support and appreciation for Francisco Durame and his pivotal role in helping bring the Navigate Student Success Platform to Mount San Antonio College. My name is Seth Fink, and I am a strategic leader with EAB. I've been lucky to work with Francisco over the last 18 months. He's been a catalyst for major improvements and changes at Mount San Antonio College since Navigate 360 launched there. At EAB, we work with a collaborative of student success professionals at higher ed institutions all across the country, and a constant in our work is a concept of people, process, and technology. This idea outlines the critical role that each plays in modern student success. Technology is wonderful, but without the right processes or the right people, it falters. The successful adoption of a platform like Navigate 360 requires more than technical expertise. It demanded leadership capable of bridging strategy, operations, and institutional culture. Across the hundreds of schools we work with, it's vital for leadership to understand the technology, create buy-in, and push the agenda for how we move forward. People in these roles help create the vision and translate the work to executives while allowing space for the frontline student success professionals do their best work. Francisco embodies all of these qualities and more. He has laid out clear goals and expectations for the platform and the staff he works with. The first phase focused on platform adoption and student use. Adoption at the Mount SAC has skyrocketed 171% for student use.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next is Carol Gomez, and after Carol is Kimberly Earhart.
My name is Karen Gomes. I work as a systems analyst programmer under counseling under Dr. Francisco Durame. 7 years ago, when I interviewed at Mount SAC, I could not have anticipated what a profound blessing that opportunity would become. At a time when others may have not seen my potential, Dr. Francisco Durame extended his trust and provided me with an opportunity that has been truly life-changing. As a parent of a child with cerebral palsy, the responsibilities and stressors outside of work are significant. It is difficult to excel professionally without the understanding, flexibility, and support of a strong and compassionate leader. Over the past 7 years, Dr. Durame has supported not only my professional development, but also my personal growth, consistently demonstrating empathy, emotional intelligence, and humanity. A truly effective leader is one who values his employees, recognizes their contributions, supports innovation, and remains understanding when challenges arise. Dr. Durame exemplifies these qualities. His leadership has fostered an environment where ideas are encouraged, accomplishments are acknowledged, and staff feels supported through both successes and setbacks. Under his leadership, the counseling department successfully implemented and expanded the use of EAB Navigate across the campus. This work has enabled us to reach out to thousands of students, providing academic guidance, educational planning, and connections to essential basic need resources. Our success led us to being represented at the EAB conference, after which we received numerous requests from other institutions seeking guidance on implementing Navigate based on our model. I have described Mount SAC as my happy place, and much of that sentiment is rooted in the leadership and stability of Dr. Durame has provided. His presence is an anchor for our team and the counseling department as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Kimberly Earhart, and after Kimberly is Brandon Bowman. So, Kimberly?
Good evening. My name is Kim Earhart, and I'm in my 21st year of teaching history here at Mount SAC. As the first faculty coordinator of the Pride Center from 2016 to 2017, I have great pride in Mount SAC that I see as a leader. We are one of the first community colleges in California to have a designated center, a carved-out safe space for LGBTQ+ students. In this way, I truly felt as though I worked at a place where we put our values into practice through our actions. We have 6 stated core values at Mount SAC. The first 2 values are student focus and equity and diversity. Over the last year, I feel as though we have honored those goals, whether it would be an email from Dr. Garcia expressing support for our students in the face of possible raids from ICE, or whether it's a faculty contract that allows for PGI and ADESA-based trainings. However, in the last week, I learned that Dr. Laura's position as Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity would be terminated by the end of this academic year. It is unclear to me how a college that states it is student-focused and grounded in equity and diversity would not have someone like Dr. Laura, who has guided us for nearly 10 years to ensure our commitment to students and equity is explicitly stated and directed. Most recently, I worked with Dr. Laura on the hiring committee for the Pride Center director. In that space, I saw the ways in which he focused student concerns and clearly advocated for LGBTQ+ community at Mount SAC. Again, it is inconceivable to me that a college the size of Mount SAC, that others look to as a leader in our community college system, could even consider not having an associate dean of student success and equity. What message, particularly in this current political climate, are we sending to our students, to our faculty, to our staff, and our community if we terminate this role? If we lose his leadership, especially as an associate dean of student success and equity, we are no longer putting our words into action, and our students will question the integrity of our core values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Brandon Bowman, and then after Brandon is Kirk Peterson.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. A little bit about myself. I work with many of you. I started my career at Mount SAC 19 years ago, but as an outsider, I moved from Ohio after accepting the position. I was unfamiliar with Mount SAC and all of California, but I quickly learned that Mount SAC was special. I was welcomed into this community, and I felt like I belonged. It was infectious, and I think that infectiousness is here today, and you're seeing that. Even after I left to continue my career growth, Mount SAC drew me back. But today, this community is mourning. As Assistant Director of Technical Services and co-chair of the Management Steering Team, I never thought, and I'm here to be making public comment to support over 15 of my management colleagues that are being presented to you tonight for non-renewal. I do feel vulnerable sitting here knowing that my contract will be reviewed for renewal this time next year, and potentially for no reason I too may be recommended for non-renewal. I questioned or not whether I should even give public comment, but as the leader of the management steering group, I knew that I must follow my core values. I must strive to continue being a courageous leader, even in uncertain times like this. And tonight, I'm doing so by using my voice for all of those managers that are on that non-renewal for you today. You've heard from many people today about the core values of Mount SAC, about Mount SAC 2035, and I know this board will uphold those values, and that you have the ability to show your communities, those communities that look up to us, our students, and most importantly, this community here, that Mount SAC cares, and we hope that you do not support the non-renewals this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kirk Peterson. And after Kirk is Michael Osti. Kirk Peterson.
Is it good evening now? I don't know the time. Good afternoon, trustees. And Dr. Garcia. I had prepared 3 minutes of comments, and I didn't plan to read anything. I've listened very carefully to what's been stated, mentioned, read. A lot about transparency and a lot about shared governance. My name is Kirk Peterson. I'm the Diana Berger Art Gallery Director for the last 2.5 years. I've served in the Fine Art Department for 28 years teaching painting and drawing. I really care about both of those roles, and I want to mention one example. When I received the key to the gallery, I learned 2 weeks before that the Admin Specialist 3 position had been terminated. So I started with no staff. I brought in students, and I learned that basically the gallery was invisible. And what we did was reached out to Dr. Eric Lara, and we built from basically zero presence to last month 183,000 views on our Instagram. It states Mount SAC, Diana Berger Gallery. It's because of Eric. It's because of our hard work. We must maintain and renew his contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Michael Osti. And then after Michael is Anthony Javier Lopez.
Good afternoon, esteemed members on the Board of the Trustees, President Garcia, and members of our college community. My name is Michael Osby, and I serve as a Special Project Director in Facilities Design and Construction. I am here before you today with a deep concern for the future of our district's bond projects, and more importantly, for the dedicated team that I am a part of whose employment contracts are facing non-renewal due to the provisions in AP 7135. I strongly ask you to question if the recommendation to eliminate certain in-house management positions by not renewing employment contracts is truly in the best interest of the district. For years, our team, funded primarily through bond measures, have delivered successful on-track bond projects. Our track record is public record, reflecting sound fiscal management, commitment, and dedication to successful, safe, and quality-built projects that will serve students and staff and the community for many years. The proposed action strongly indicates a shift towards outsourcing project management for small and medium projects. I ask the board to consider the financial implications of this decision. How is it cost-saving to replace proven, efficient in-house staff with external consultants who lack knowledge of our institutional history and strong relationships with faculty, contractors, and the Department of State Architect? Outsourcing would certainly lead or introduce new overhead costs and would eliminate invaluable direct district oversight. I urge you to ask for a comprehensive analysis of the short-term and long-term impacts of these decisions and recommendations, not only fiscal, but operational as well. Furthermore, I implore you to ask our leadership to look at all available options, including possibly revising AP 7135 to extend temporary employment term limits, allowing our experienced facilities team to remain in place. Please let us find a resolution that keeps our successful team intact, ensures the continuity of our bond projects, and protects the community's investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Anthony Javier Lopez, and after Anthony, it's Duetta Wasson, I hope. All right, Anthony?
Good evening, Board of Trustees and President Garcia. My name is Anthony Xavier Lopez, and I'm faculty in the Department of Biology. I've been here for about 10 years. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the closed agenda, item 3.3. I would like to share my personal experiences working directly with Dr. Lara and speak to how vital his role has been to our campus community. As a faculty, we see firsthand how students are struggling, and they are struggling. Not only academically, but also in accessing support systems and also creating community. Equity centers are not optional. They are essential to student success. Students need dedicated spaces where they feel supported and seen. When I previously served as our STEM Center's faculty coordinator, I sought Eric's support in developing our annual Women of Color in STEM event. Eric was very supportive of our vision and emphasized the importance of faculty leadership and shared governance in building meaningful partnerships across campus to support students. In addition, when our department worked on creating our official equity statement, which I believe we're the only department that has an official equity statement, I turned to Eric for feedback and guidance. Eric's input strengthened our statement and was ultimately approved by our department. As faculty, we serve many roles. One is to bridge student success by connecting students to campus support centers. We are continuously asked by the college to support student achievement through collaboration and shared governance. If this position of Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity Programs is eliminated, I ask, who will oversee the Equity Center and who will consult with faculty assigned to them? Programs such as DREAM, Arise, El Centro, Pride, etc., and equity initiatives our students rely on heavily is important, especially right now in the current political climate. Our trans students, immigrant students, and other marginalized communities are targeted. This is not time to consider eliminating the role of Associate Dean of Student Success and Equity Programs.
Thank you, Anthony. Your time is up.
Before taking action, I respectfully ask the board to consider this and reflect on whether this process has honored shared governance principles and include faculty consultation. Thank you.
Next up is Duetta Nesson. Forgive me, I can't read the writing here. And after that is Chan Tan.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and President Garcia. Being a member of the management group for 9 years now leaves me uneasy about the current support and dedication, as well as shared governance to this occupational group. We seek for transparency, as many of these managers have been here 5+ years, to include 2, if not 3, bond measures. A handful of these managers are coming up on their tenure within their next proposed contract year. This is not by mistake. It comes from dedication and caring for this organization. For example, during COVID, a handful of these managers dedicated themselves to coming to campus on a daily basis to ensure that student programs could be operational and be safe for students and staff. I highly recommend, prior to initiating any decision on these manager positions, that you as the board would run an independent investigation, as well as review the job descriptions, the past reviews of these managers, along with their peer reviews as part of the decision process. You might be finding some additional information that could be misleading. I believe you as administration would seek to understand the impact this decision will have to the campus, students, staff, and overall operations of the campus. Many managers being presented to you to be heard tonight were not afforded any discussions regarding their non-renewals, their performance evaluations, or anything that was put in their performance evaluations. There is contradicting information, and that somewhere in between the two, the truth lies somewhere in between those. How is this fair and equitable according to the 2035? Mount SAC wishes to present itself as a place of healing and a culture of care. This process and limited information provided to these managers does not feel like it is coming from a standpoint of healing and a culture of care.
Thank you very much.
I would recommend that you postpone 3.3 and 11.3.
Next up is Chan Todd, and after Chan is Emily Woolery.
Good evening. I am Dr. Chanton, proud counseling faculty here today. That's been here for 20 years, and I'm actually reading a statement from my colleague, Laura Muniz, who's also a counselor who could not make it today. Good evening, President, members of the board, college, and leadership. I'm a member of the counseling faculty and want to express my support for my colleagues who are speaking tonight. As counselors, we are deeply committed to Mount SAC's mission to the essential role of student services plays in supporting student success, learning, and success. Our work is grounded in care for students and ensuring that the systems designed to support them are thoughtful, consistent, and responsive to their needs, especially at critical points in their educational journey. Recent changes within student services, including adjustments to the processes, structures, and leadership roles, highlight the importance of meaningful faculty consultation and collaboration. Faculty who directly work with students bring experience and perspective that help ensure decisions are aligned with student educational outcomes and values of the institution. Shared governance, transparency, and inclusive dialogue are how we sustain trust, strengthen services, and remain focused on what matters most, our students. I offer this statement in solidarity with my colleagues and in continued commitment to serving our students and community and care, integrity, and purpose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Emily Woolery, and after Emily is John Vitullo.
Good evening, President Garcia, Board President Hidalgo, trustees, and cabinet. My name is Emily Woolery. I am here tonight to share my deep concerns about closed session item 3.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. This statement includes my concerns, as well as those of campus colleagues who also feel impacted by this agenda item. I have been a full-time faculty member at Mount SAC since 2000. I have served as Faculty Association President since 2021. In this time, I have seen our college weather huge challenges, such as a Great Recession that occurred in the late 2007 through 2009. We weathered together through the COVID-19 pandemic that began in early 2021. What I have never seen at Mount SAC in my 25 years is a mass termination of accomplished and respected full-time employees. The California State Auditor's audit of the 50% law identified that Mount SAC is one of many colleges whose investment in administrators has outpaced the investment in faculty and staff. But the report also recommends that districts thoroughly assess and document the need for such positions. Is it not equally important to have thorough assessment and documentation when positions are removed or reorganized? There are rumors that reductions are the result of a district reorganization. Rumors, again. Is there a plan? If so, was there an opportunity for the college community, and especially those impacted areas, to hear about the plan? What shall we all expect when we return to campus in 2026?
Thank you very much.
There are so
Your
many
time is up.
unanswered questions.
Appreciate it. Next is Dr. John Vitullo, and after that is Patty Leon Encalavi.
Good evening. I'm John Vitullo, the Associate Dean of the Arts Division and former Acting Dean of the Arts Division and former Associate Dean of the Natural Sciences Division. On the closed session tonight, as you know, the board is being presented with over 15 management contracts recommended for non-renewal. In my 24 years of service to this college, I can tell you that this move to eliminate such a large percentage of an employee group is unprecedented. During the financial crisis of 2008, Mount SAC leadership and the board made a commitment to preserve jobs, and we survived that. During COVID, when other districts were laying off, furloughing, and cutting pay, Mount SAC remained steadfast. And at our last quarterly meeting, the management team celebrated enrollment being higher than it's ever been, even before the pandemic. However, despite this success, the college has recently been reducing the workforce. You've heard from our classified groups that staff feel overworked, and there's been no transparency with managers regarding vacant positions and when or if they would be filled. I can attest to that firsthand. Last week, some managers were summoned to veiled meetings to discuss Mount SAC 2035, only to find out that they would be unemployed in 6 months. Ironically, one of Mount SAC's core values in Mount SAC 2035 is integrity. We treat each other with honesty, ethically, respectfully, in an atmosphere of empathy and trust. Members of the board, I am fortunate to be able to speak to you tonight from a place of comfort, because last month you approved my return to a tenured faculty member, and I will have the protections afforded as such. But I can honestly tell you that managers are frightened. In fact, many managers are not speaking tonight because of that fear. One of the core values is this culture of care, but the manner in which these non-renewals have been brought to you tonight completely contradict this goal. Action on these non-renewals will instill a culture of fear, not a culture of care.
Thank you very much. Next is Patty Leon Encalavi. Patty Leon Encalavi. And after Patty is Barbara Carrillo.
Hello. This is my why. I just wanted to share. Good evening. I sit before you with a heavy heart as I reflect on my time here at Mount Sac. When I first sought this college as a place of work, I did so because of its reputation, a reputation of excellence, a deep commitment to student success, and a work culture that truly valued employees. Working here has provided me the work-life balance I needed to nurture my daughter through her formative years and support my husband as he battled a life-threatening cancer for the second time. For all of that, I am eternally grateful. As we are hearing these comments today, I'm concerned about the direction that this college is heading. It feels as though Mount Sac is losing its heart. I understand that business decisions are made and that consulting firms may be replacing a position like mine. However, I'm a part of the design and construction team. I lead a group of 4 people, very hardworking people, that do other duties as assigned. We fill in the gaps whenever we see a need that there is something that needs to be done. My team has completed over 150 work orders and 28 department-funded projects, not bond-funded. So it is difficult to sit here and kind of not be acknowledged for the other work that we do. Will the consultants do other duties as assigned? No, you're going to have to pay somebody to do that. How quickly will they jump in when there's a crisis, when there's a need? I don't know. You have to work through their contract. It is with that I truly ask that this is being guised as a reorganization, but is it really truly a layoff? Are we avoiding that word for a reason? How do we manage that? You as a board have the power. I request that you pull these items from the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Barbara Carrillo. And after Barbara is Michael Vasquez.
Afternoon, I'm expressing serious concerns regarding the proposed manager job classification under section 11.3 and 3.3 on tonight's agenda since they are interlinked and connected. While this item is presented as a routine classification revision, it constitutes a significant organizational restructuring with broad implications for student services, a wide range of employees, and the institution as a whole. This proposal fundamentally alters leadership structure and reporting relationships by consolidating multiple dean positions under a single classification. Such a change is not minor. It directly affects supervision, accountability, workload distribution, and the delivery of services to students. Yet, there has been no meaningful consultation, shared governance process, or advanced communication with the employees and divisions most impacted. This institution consistently requires employees to justify decisions through data, assessment, student outcomes, and strategic alignment. However, no research, analysis, or documented rationale has been provided to demonstrate how this reorg will improve student success, strengthen services, or support healing-centered practices. Decisions of this magnitude require evidence and accountability. Equally concerning is the lack of transparency, rapid restructuring, elimination of equity-focused leadership, and justification framed around efficiency rather than student impact mirrors approaches we are seeing nationally that prioritize cost-cutting over the mission. It raises the question whether Mount Sac is adopting a Doge-style model of governance where positions and programs are eliminated without stakeholder input, data, and demonstrated benefit to those who serve. I urge the board, all staff, faculty, people in this room, people online watching right now, to seek full clarification and justification and ensure that appropriate governance, fiscal and ethical standards are followed. Transparency, shared governance, and alignment with institutional values must guide decisions of this matter. And by the way, Board of Trustees, what Dr. Durame was referring to about the retaliation of his admin speaking up, I've emailed the Board of Trustees a letter that was sent to Dr. Castro and Dr. Garcia about a grievance that we had shared with CSCA back in spring. So please read that so you can have some backdrop and history of what he was referring to when he was up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And last one is Michael Vasquez. Michael Vasquez, I hear may have left. So with that, The Board of Trustees will now adjourn to closed session to discuss the following closed session items. 3.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, American Arbitration Association, AAA case number 0124 00057108. Item 3.2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, Chief Negotiators Dr. Soka Song, CSEA 651, CSEA 262, and the Faculty Association and Dr. Martha Garcia, Management and Confidential Employees. And lastly, item 3.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. We are now adjourning to closed session.
up the tree and deck the halls. It's the time of year when Christmas calls. Songs by the fire and stories in bed. Elf on the shelf has a note to be read. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf can be a naughty boy. All kids know he's no ordinary toy. He sits so still all through the day. Late at nights when he comes out to play. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. While everyone's sleeping, guess who opens his eyes? What will he do to give a big surprise? Wake in the morning to get out of your bed. Run downstairs just to see what's ahead. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty and nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Naughty or nice, put up the tree and deck the halls. It's the time of year when Christmas calls. Songs by the fire and stories in bed. Elf on the shelf has a note to be read. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf can be a naughty boy. All kids know he's no ordinary toy. He sits so still all through the day. But late at nights when he comes out to play. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. While everyone's sleeping, guess who opens his eyes? What will he do to give a big surprise? Wake in the morning to get out of your bed. Run downstairs just to see what's ahead. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty and nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. up the tree and deck the halls. It's the time of year when Christmas calls. Songs by the fire and stories in bed. Elf on the shelf has a note to be read. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf can be a naughty boy. All kids know he's no ordinary toy. He sits so still all through the day. Late at nights when he comes out to play. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. While everyone's sleeping, guess who opens his eyes? What will he do to give a big surprise? Wake in the morning to get out of your bed. Run downstairs just to see what's ahead. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty and nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. up the tree and deck the halls. It's the time of year when Christmas calls. Songs by the fire and stories in bed. Elf on the shelf has a note to be read. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf can be a naughty boy. All kids know he's no ordinary toy. He sits so still all through the day. Late at nights when he comes out to play. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. While everyone's sleeping, guess who opens his eyes? What will he do to give a big surprise? Wake in the morning to get out of your bed. Run downstairs just to see what's ahead. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty and nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Put up the tree and deck the halls. It's the time of year when Christmas calls. Songs by the fire and stories in bed. Elf on the shelf has a note to be read. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf can be a naughty boy. All kids know he's no ordinary toy. He sits so still all through the day. But late at nights when he comes out to play. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. While everyone's sleeping, guess who opens his eyes? What will he do to give a big surprise? Wake in the morning to get out of your bed. Run downstairs just to see what's ahead. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Buddy the elf, he's on a mission. Like it or not, he's a Christmas tradition. Singing out loud while he's making your toys. All the best gifts for the kids to enjoy. Naughty and nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen. Naughty or nice, which have you been? He'll tell Santa about the things he's seen.
so keep your eyes on the prize. We keep standing tall, cause we will have it all before you realize. Nothing can hold us back, so please pick up the slack. Ready, set, let's go. Let's go. We all keep it strong, and what you think is wrong, we are more than just show. Let's show 'em who's boss, ladies. We got grit, we don't quit, we don't take no shh. Hey, we got grit, we don't quit, we don't take no shh. Hey.
Is it morning yet? Nope. Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. I'd like to start the meeting by giving consideration and acknowledgement to the Gabrielino Tongva peoples as the traditional land caretakers of Tongvagar. I want to ask that we all pay our respects to the Honuk Vitam ancestors, to the Ahirirom elders, and the Ahiom Hikem, our relatives, relations past, present, and emerging. On the agenda, we're moving to item 4.1, the flag salute. Dr. Robert Hidalgo, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Stand, everyone. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Hidalgo. Next is make sure that my agenda matches. Okay. The closed session.
It's not listed here, though.
Well, I will do so. Reporting of action taken in closed session. Item 3.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code. American Arbitration Association, case number 01-24-005-7108. The board took no reportable action on item 3.1 or item 3.2. Regarding this evening, in item 3.3, in closed session, the Board of Trustees took action as follows. Number one, by a vote of 5-2, to accept the recommendations of non-renew of employment contracts of 7 classified administrative employees under Administrative Procedure 7135 with trustees Peter Hidalgo, Robert Hidalgo, Dr. Baca, Chow, and Chan Hegarty voting in favor, and trustees Chen and Santos voting against. Number two, by a vote of 4-3, it was voted to accept the recommendations to non-renew the employment contracts of a classified administrator employed under a one-year contract with trustees P. Hidalgo, R. Hidalgo, Baca, and Chen Hegarty voting in favor, and trustees Chow, Chen, and Santos voting against. Number three, by a unanimous vote, it was voted to accept the recommendation to non-renew the employment contract of 6 additional classified administrators. Number four, by a vote of 4-3, it was voted to accept the recommendation to non-renew the employment contract of an academic administrator with trustees P. Hidalgo, Baca, Chen, and Chen Hegarty voting in favor, and trustees Chow, R. Hidalgo, and Santos voting against. Additionally, the administration withdrew the recommendations for non-renewal of 2 academic administrator positions. Notifications will be provided to all impacted employees tomorrow. At this time, we are moving to item 4.2, the annual organization meeting, the election of a president. At this point, I am seeking a nomination for the position of president. Is there a motion?
I move Robert Hidalgo as president.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that Dr. Robert Hidalgo be elected to the position of president. Is there any discussion? Student trustee?
I approve.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Item carries. At this point, Dr. Hidalgo, I will move this item over to you.
Emo? Computers, or should we just use theirs? See, it just goes off the script, huh? All right, well, thank you, board colleagues, for the nomination and vote for me to take over as president. I'm looking forward to helping to lead the board and the college for this year. So thank you for that. Moving right along, at this point, well, before we move along, I'd like to thank not doctor, but
I like that.
I'm going to assign you a doctor now. Peter Hidalgo, for serving as president of the board this last year and your leadership. It's a difficult position, but I appreciate you being diligent, and I know efficiency was one of your hallmarks, so thank you for moving us forward and moving us in the right direction. So, moving on to 4.3, annual organizational meeting, election of vice president. Do I have a motion to make a nomination?
I nominate Trustee Santos as Vice President.
A second.
Okay. We have nomination by Trustee Chen Haggerty and a second by Peter Hidalgo, student trustee.
I approve.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. 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 Congratulations, Trustee Santos. Item 4.4, annual organizational meeting, election of clerk. Do I have a motion to nominate clerk?
I nominate Trustee Jay Chen.
Second. All right, we have a first and a second. Student trustee,
I approve.
any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, at this time, I would like to present a plaque and acknowledgement to our outgoing president, President Hidalgo, for your service this past year. So Dr. Garcia and I will present you with this plaque.
Thank you very much. You don't have to do that. We don't have time.
Sure. We don't
Look
have
at
time
that
for you.
big old monster.
Wow. Oh, check that out.
You gotta stand here in the center.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's a big old.
Gracias, gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Gracias, congratulations. Much más. This thing is so heavy.
Yeah, we're accepting this right here. Start here. All right, moving on to item 4.6. We have a confirmation of agenda, approval of agenda for the regular board meeting of December 17th, 2025, with any additions, corrections, or deletions. Do we have any?
None.
All right. Hold on, let me pull up my meeting. All right, so I need a motion for this, right? No motion on that one, okay. Introductions and recognitions, 5.1. I'm not sure if anyone's still here since it's so late in the evening. 5.1, introduction of newly appointed and/or promoted employees. Is Armando Gastelum, Student Services? No. Lorraine Gonzalez. I'll go ahead and read them off. If any of them are here, you can come forward. Lorraine Gonzalez is Administrative Specialist 3, Behavioral Health Services. Amelia Hammond, Accompanist, Music. Melissa Moss, Coordinator for Grants in the Grants Office. Dan Nguyen, Coordinator, Project Program, School of Continuing Education. Any of those new hires here? Congratulations to our classified employees. Management employees, Ronnie Castellanos Ramundo, Director, Special Program, Pride Center. Vanessa Garcia, Director, Behavioral Health Services. Kat Germani, Director, Special Program, Center for Black Culture and Student Success. And I apologize to them for us going late if any of them were here and had to leave. And the promotion, classified employee Ashley Kataoka Owens for Administrative Specialist 3, Adult Basic Education. 5.2, Introduction of Retirees, Aaron Tom, Project Program Specialist, Education for Older Adults, 21 years of service. And then Alma Gabriel, Admissions and Records Specialist. Craig Hobson, Coordinator, Printing Services, Purchasing. John Barkman, Research Analyst for Research and Institutional Effectiveness. And Patricia Preciado. Thank you to all of our employees for their service to our college.
Before you move on,
Sure.
we're going to go back to the one change to the agenda.
Oh, okay.
So the one change to the agenda is to table item 11.3.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, approval of minutes, 6.1, approval of minutes of the regular meeting of November 19th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
All right, first and a second. Student trustee?
I approve.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Motion or item passes. Public communication, 7.1, public communication. At this time, the Board of Trustees will listen to communication from the public on items that are on the agenda, as well as matters that are not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from discussing or taking action on oral requests that are not part of the agenda. Comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. And our first, again, I'm not sure if these folks are still here since we're so late, but Barbara Carrillo is our first speaker. Is Barbara here? Alan Smithy is up next. Alan? And Carrie Miller, you're on deck.
Hello. What I seen today is really scary, and I don't really know how to process it, and I'm just going to continue with what I had planned to say. So the students have rights under the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 12 protects our privacy. Our National Bill of Rights, our State Bill of Rights, Article 1 also protects our privacy. Student Bill of Rights, our Student Bill of Rights here at this school protects us from disclosure, but we are disclosing things like students' beliefs to some of our vendors. They're holding on to data that shares these beliefs, and we shouldn't be forcing students to do so, forcing students into agreements with these vendors where we have to accept everything that those vendors demand. The recent Supreme Court decision that allows people to be detained and interrogated on factors like race is scary. The National Security President Memorandum Number 7 that puts people that are anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, that don't have traditional views of family and religion, that classifies them as a threat. The ACLU testified at the United States House of Representatives for safeguarding student privacy and parental rights to review FERPA and PRA, the PPRA. And the quote is, In its first 100 days, various Trump administration efforts have focused predominantly on students, families, educational institutions. Those efforts have included requests for student records by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the U.S. Department of Education, and Congressional Committee data sharing with ICE by campus law enforcement, and efforts by the USED to use student privacy law to displace student and local policies protecting transgender students. Those efforts to obtain students' records raise concerns that they conflict with schools' obligations under the existing student privacy laws, especially FERPA. There are threats against students, but we just keep giving more and more data to our vendors. We've known for years. I've been speaking out it since you guys introduced the license plate reader, because I fought against license plate readers before, and now we're collecting more data on the way people come to school, where they park, their geolocation. We're collecting information about students' bodies in more police databases through camera systems. I think this is gross negligence to just be allowing all this data to go out. There should be liability and accountability, and there should be transparency in all these things. If you guys can't safeguard students, we should get half the legal budget so we could safeguard our own rights. We should have more student trustees. We should have government bodies that focus on protecting student rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Carrie Miller. And after Carrie, we have Patty Leon and Calade.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Carrie Miller, and I'm faculty in the chemistry department. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you and encourage you to fund the 6 sabbatical projects that are before you. Sabbaticals are vitally important for the health of the college. They provide a unique environment for professional development for faculty to focus on our ongoing pursuit of improving student learning at Mount SAC. My own proposal is designed to help bridge an accessibility gap for our substantial deaf and hard of hearing student community here on campus, who have historically faced systemic challenges in succeeding in their chemistry classes. I know my esteemed colleagues have proposed their own amazing projects that will improve the Mount SAC student experience, and which, in my opinion, all deserve funding. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Carrie. Up next, we have Patty Leon. Is Patty here? No, she left. Okay. And then our last speaker is Joshua Christ. No. Actually, I have one more. Eddie Lee.
Good evening again. I actually had a clarifying question I'd like to ask. Was agenda item 11.3 removed from the agenda this evening? It will. It was. Okay. I have no comment then. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That concludes our comments, our comment section. All right, moving on to reports. We have Associated Students, 8.1. I'd like to invite Bert Nam and Albert Lopez. Are they here? They left already? Yeah. They're probably sleeping. All right. 8.2, Faculty Association. Emily Woolery, come on up.
We tabled it. That was the job description.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was specific to those.
The
Okay.
students.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Good evening. Just a couple of updates from the association this evening. Like my colleague just before you, we are urging that you approve all of the sabbatical leave applications that are on your agenda tonight. You'll see diverse applications that impact teaching and learning in impactful and interesting ways. I do want to share that we are having some challenges with implementing our contract language for a second year in a row related to this topic of sabbaticals. The district is reinterpreting the language around sabbaticals. And we worked very hard to reach agreements in our contract, and to have it reinterpreted after negotiations degrades the process. It's hurting trust between the association and management, and it undermines the bargaining process. This is especially concerning given that we are preparing to negotiate very quickly in January. So we do hope that the language we agree to maintains an agreement once negotiations end. I'm glad to hear that 11.3 was tabled. I don't quite know what that means in terms of the recommendation, but I do hope it means that you're going to ask for a new recommendation related to the Dean of Student Services positions, or at least an opportunity for the impacted constituents to actually talk about it and learn what is planned for their areas. And then lastly, the Academic Senate and Faculty Association agreed to a joint resolution. It is in support of competitive faculty compensation and adequate staffing to advance student success. And together, we are informing you that we cannot fulfill our mission without your attention to the issues of faculty compensation and faculty staffing levels. We do have a resolution to share. My report hasn't been loaded yet. The resolves are in my Academic Senate colleagues' report, so you can see them there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Item 8.3, CSEA 262, Brandon Gillette. Did Brandon stick around? He's here? Okay. No? All right. We'll catch up to him later if he's here. 8.4, CSEA 651, George is not here either. Okay. 8.5, Academic Senate, Raul Madrid, please provide your report.
Thank you. Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Dr. Garcia, board, and colleagues. I am obviously not Dr. Anders, but I am filling in for her. I'm Dr. Raul Madrid Jr., and I serve as the Academic Senate Co-Vice President. I'm here this evening to report on behalf of Tanya, who regrets that she's not able to be here. Before I begin, I just want to say that it was a lively fall semester. There's been a great deal of engagement across the campus, and from the Senate's perspective, that reflects a community that cares deeply about students, first and foremost, and the college's direction. I'll keep this brief. I know it's quite late. It's well past my bedtime. One key highlight from the recent Senate work is, as my colleague just mentioned, the joint resolution with the Faculty Association, which is included in your packet. So at its core, the resolution reflects a shared faculty view that student success and institutional excellence depend on two closely linked priorities: a sustainable long-term approach to faculty compensation and a clear commitment to strengthening full-time faculty staffing. This resolution is intentionally framed as an institutional priority, not simply a labor concern. From the faculty perspective, compensation and staffing shape students' everyday experiences, course availability, mentorship, program stability, and equitable access. In that context, the Senate also wishes to express appreciation for the approval of 20 full-time faculty positions for the 26-27 academic year. This represents a meaningful investment in institutional capacity, so we appreciate it. This year was also the first time that we ranked in public and in accordance with the Brown Act, and that openness supported a shared understanding and I think a confidence in the process. So we appreciate that. I think more generally, the Academic Senate continues to value clear communication and openness as part of effective shared governance, and we look forward to continuing that collaborative approach as the college moves ahead. We've got a lot going on in the winter, including Spring Flex, which you all are invited to. But I just want to end by thanking the board for its continued engagement with the Senate and its work, and wishing you all a happy holiday season and a sincere gratitude for your leadership and service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madrid. 8.6 Classified Senate, Yvette Garcia.
Hi, we don't have a report today, but, you know, like Raul said, we just want to thank the board for all the work that you do, and we wish you a happy holiday and a happy new year.
All right, thank you. All right, moving right along to action items, 9.1, public hearing regarding initial proposals for Year 1 of 3 successor agreement between the district and CSEA Chapter 262. And this is a public hearing, right? Yes. Okay, so we're opening public hearing at, what time are we at? 11:57, all right. We'll still get this one in today. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close, seeing that there's no comments. I'll close the public hearing at 11:57. All right, item 9.2, public hearing regarding initial proposals for Year 1 of 3 successor agreement between the district and the Faculty Association.
I'll move to approve.
This is just a hearing, right? Yes. No action on this. Yeah, sorry. All right, I'll open the hearing at 11:57. All right, seeing that there's no comments, I'll go ahead and close the hearing at 11:58. Moving on to 9.3, master pay schedule 2000 for the year 2025, 2026. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approves the 25-26 master pay schedule. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right, moved by Trustee Chen Haggerty, second by Trustee Baca. Student Trustee?
I approve.
All right, any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, action item 9.4, sabbatical leave applications for academic year 2026-27. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Student Trustee?
I approve.
All right, comments, discussion, go ahead. Trustee Chen?
So I did ask for some additional information. Did it ever arrive?
Go ahead and respond.
So we don't have the additional information yet. They needed a little bit more time to recheck the information that you questioned.
I mean, I had some other questions. I don't know if it was one of the ones that. Oh, so it was mentioned that there was some issue with the contract language with this. Is it appropriate to ask what that is in this setting? It was mentioned by Emily Woolery about some disagreement on this.
I would say no, because it requires more conversation with them on the interpretation.
Understood. And then were these the all of the applicants who applied, or did they just choose the top 6 and present them?
There was a total of 7 that was submitted, but only 6 was moved forward.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right, did we get student trustee? Okay. We had a first and a second already. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I'll abstain.
One abstention. Item 9.5, 2025, 2026 Annual Representative for the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. I don't know who's, well, let me get a motion first for that. Is there a motion for a nomination?
Do we know who the representative is from outside?
It's, no, Trustee Santos.
Do you want him?
Sure, you should do it.
More meetings to come.
Oh, right, more meetings. I'll be willing to do it for what, a year?
You haven't done it yet, right?
I haven't done it yet. Okay.
I'll go to the meetings with you.
All right.
So who's making the motion to nominate Peter Hidalgo?
Chen
Okay.
Haggerty.
Trustee Chen Haggerty made a motion to nominate Trustee Peter Hidalgo. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Trustee Chen. Student trustee?
I approve.
All right, any discussion?
So trustee Santos is gonna be the backup, is that it, or what?
Yeah, I'll go to the meetings too, we're all invited.
It's open to anyone,
Yeah,
but
everybody can go, and then if he can't make it, I'll be there to vote, so it'll work out.
and then it's a K through 14 organization, so. All right, did I do a roll call yet or not? No. Okay, all right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Trustee Hidalgo. Item 9.6, Los Angeles County Committee Voting Representative.
So I'll also nominate Peter Hidalgo because that takes place at the Loxta meeting.
The same thing?
Yeah, and then if you can't go, I'll go, and they let somebody else vote if you can't make it, so don't worry.
I'll second.
All right, so moved by Trustee Santos to nominate Peter Hidalgo, second by Trustee Chen Haggerty. Student trustee,
I approve.
any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 9.7, nominations for California Community College Trustees Board of Directors. Is there a motion to nominate?
I nominate Trustee Chen Haggerty.
A second?
All right, there's a first and a second for Trustee Chen Haggerty, who is currently is it an appointed role? Yeah, an appointed. All right, student trustee.
I approve.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Trustee Chen Haggerty abstains. All right, congratulations. 9.8, proposal to initiate CSEA 651 negotiations for year 3 of 3 reopener agreement, July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. Is there a motion? Is there a second? All right, moved and second. Student trustee?
I approve.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, motion passes. All right, we are moving on to consent items. Any board members want any items pulled?
I think 10.6, the total contract.
10.6,
Yeah.
I'd like to pull 10.8.
10.8,
10.10 and 12.3.
10.10 and 12.3. Any other items to be pulled? So I have 10.6, 10.8, 10.10, and 12.3 to be pulled. All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with those items removed?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a first and a second. Student trustee?
I approve.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, 10.6 is agreement with Sanders Towing Incorporated for towing services. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second? Is there a second? Second by trustee Trent Haggerty. All right, discussion?
Okay, so this is to do towing for our police department, and they get maybe 2 or 3 times a year they need to do it. But we have a big old fleet. We have hundreds of vehicles. We have regular cars, and then we have like the equipment like the tractors and the the lawnmowers and all those equipment. And we also have a fleet of golf carts. So maintenance, they have to tow 2 or 3 times a week. They've been asking for a vehicle, like a little tow truck or something, because what they do is they just they don't have the proper tools, and they just kind of rig things up and, pull them however they can. So I think that this contract should include both the police department and the maintenance, because they have a much bigger need than the police department, and they don't have the tools to do it right now. I don't know if that would mean flying another or sending out another RFP or what. Also, I work in this industry. I've been working in it for about 20 years. My inclination is to vote no on this, but that's just like because of my insider knowledge or whatever. And so I'm going to recuse myself from this, and if there's going to be any more discussion, I'll leave the room. I'm not going to vote on it. But like I said, I think we're missing a big need on campus.
VP Dominguez, can you respond to the specific statement regarding our own internal team members in maintenance needing the service versus the service specifically being requested in support of police and campus safety?
Yeah, so the item before you this evening is the towing services only to remove vehicles that pose safety and security or operational risks. And towing services would not be used for outstanding parking citations or a lacking of parking permit. And then in regards to our maintenance and operations, I have a follow-up with our director to look at what equipment we need in our department. We do at times have golf carts that either the batteries or they stop working. So we did follow up and there is a need, but we're working with our director of maintenance and department to take a look at what that need is. But specifically to this item, this is for through campus safety and police for towing vehicles.
Okay, any other questions?
So this is because the sheriff's department no longer does this for us, and we have our own department, so we have to now just continue the same kind of service we had before.
That's correct. So when we were previously contracted with the sheriff's department, the towing service was under the sheriff's department. And so since we no longer contract with the sheriff's department, that's something that we have to take on with campus police and safety.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any further discussion? All right, student trustee?
I abstain.
Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. One recusal. 10.8, facility rental fee schedule for 2026. Do I have a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, first and second, discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up, this has to do with the new rental facilities. I appreciate the fact that staff attempted to, the issue has to do with the state's law definition of civic center. And as a chairman of the board of a Pomona nonprofit that really serves at Promise Youth, I'm trying to think, it'd be great to have our nonprofit use one of our facilities, maybe the Sophia Clark Theater or maybe the Student Center. And as I was looking at the rates, it's just virtually impossible for nonprofits to pay for the fees. Then I went to Citrus College because I'm familiar with their facilities as a former student there. Their auditorium is the Haw Performing Arts Center. It's a beautiful, large facility, and I think it's bigger than the Sophia Clark Theater. And so when I was doing a comparison, I found that while we have a beautiful facility with the Sophia Clark Theater, it's modern, it's first class. But when I was doing the comparison with the Citrus College nonprofit rates, it was like 3 times more expensive to use the Mount Sac facility than it is the Citrus College facility. And so when I did further investigation of what is the definition of the California law for civic center, it's very clear. It says community colleges are civic centers, nonprofit organizations, they are civic centers and nonprofits organized for general welfare and youth development are supposed to have meaningful access at no more than direct costs. That's what the law says. So if a nonprofit can afford Citrus College but cannot afford Mount Sac, I feel like we have to ask ourselves whether or not our nonprofit rates are really tied to direct costs or whether they're really more drifting into market rate pricing. So my concern is that this is not a criticism of staff in any way, but it's more about policy alignment and equity and the mission of our campus. So I'm just asking that we take a look at this to ensure that our rates reflect both the law and the Mount Sac values as a public institution. So I don't know if we can have staff respond to that.
Kevin, can you step forward, please?
Hi, good evening. So our rates are calculated based on the actual staff costs that it takes to operate these facilities. When we put together the rates for the Performing Arts Center, we tried to create an all-inclusive one-stop rate. It's based on a 6-hour block of time, which is the time that's needed for somebody to use a facility like that. It's not possible to come in and try and do a rehearsal and a performance in time less than that. So it's very transparent for our fee schedule that somebody can look at that and say, if I want to rent the facility, I'm going to get it for the time that I need to do my event, and here's the one price it's going to cost. When you compare that with how Citrus College prices it, they price their facility on a 4-hour block of time, and you typically have to add on at least 2 more hours to at least match our time. And in communicating with their rental coordinator yesterday, they said people typically add on 8 hours, or 4 hours to give them an 8-hour block of time. By doing that, they've already exceeded what our base rate is. On top of that, Citrus College also charges custodial rates. The published custodial rates that Citrus College has are $37 an hour, I think, but they corrected me and said that their rates are either $45 an hour for standard rate time or $65 an hour for overtime, and that's per person. And so there isn't a way to look at the Citrus College fee schedule as a layperson and understand what it's actually going to cost to do a performance there and try and compare that with what our cost is. So we offer a very transparent, upfront, one-stop price for a block of time where you could effectively do a performance, and Citrus College just has a different pricing model.
So would you say that these are direct costs?
They are direct costs.
And there is no additional margin factored in?
No.
So, okay, I don't want to take away any work from the bargaining units, but isn't it possible to, like, maybe have less expensive people, you know, student workers do custodial or pick up trash or something, or employees, make sure that we have employees that, I don't know, temp employees that are, so that we can call in so that they don't have to pay overtime, they don't have to pay 68 or whatever, that they can pay a lower rate. Or some way subsidize, because we want, you know, we want the community on campus. We want it.
And these are the community members who voted for our bonds, and I feel like we're creating barriers to have our community utilize our facilities that they're paying for. And I'm just trying to, how do we make this a little more reasonable without breaking the bank? And it's not like we're being attacked by, 50,000 different nonprofits. I don't know how many nonprofits even use our facilities.
Yeah, isn't there some funding someplace that we can use to help supplement these costs or pay or something?
So to address several of the comments, we do use hourly labor for some of the positions that are staffed for the performances there. So usually all of the box office and ushering staff is hourly labor, so that's not going to incur the high rates that overtime would be. Sometimes the stage technicians, beyond what our classified staff are filling, are hourly. So we are keeping costs low in the areas where we can. Trustee Hidalgo, we also offer the Design Technology Lecture Hall, which has the same seating capacity as the Clark Theater, but it's about a quarter of the price, and it still has audio and lighting in there. And so somebody could rent that for 6 hours and pay about $1,000 versus the, about $4,000 on the weekend for the Clark Theater.
Is that because the technology is different, or what?
It requires less people to operate that facility. And then, what was the other question about?
How frequent do nonprofits rent our facilities? Do you know?
It really varies. In the Performing Arts Center, we see a lot of community, like for-profit dance groups. There are some nonprofits that also use it. It's a mix.
Yeah. Were you going to add?
I was just going to add a comment with this fee schedule from the last. We really did try to do a lot of work, particularly with the Civic Center rate, that rate A column, where there are zero costs for those nonprofits to use our facilities during normal business hours. And we really try to focus on, is there staff that are here that can do things as part of their regularly scheduled shift. So a lot of those rates in this year's fee schedule dropped or moved to $0 cost. When we put the other fees together, particularly for outside of our normal business hours, it is just looking at those employee rates. And of course, with our collective bargaining units, there are minimums so that even if it is a low impact, and we can work with that, with those groups and work with HR in terms of the negotiations and what we can do when we do the fee schedule, but we do take into account those minimums when we calculate that, so their district isn't at a loss on rentals during those times.
So a nonprofit would advantage during business hours as opposed to after.
Correct.
Bottom line.
Correct. And the fee schedule does have a column separating out,
notice
yes,
the zeros,
the business and the outside of business hours.
All right. Thank you.
Is there any consideration or prioritization given to maybe nonprofits or organizations that are within our district boundaries, or is that something that's not really, is it factored more based on first come, first serve and?
At this point, it's first come, first serve. We haven't been faced with two groups wanting the same space at the same time to have to try and pick and choose between the two.
So that hasn't factored into the decision making?
No, we just haven't been faced with that decision.
Okay.
I think it would be amazing to turn nonprofits away because, they want to use our facilities, but I can't think of one or even 5 nonprofits that have used our facilities. And I truly believe because we price out of the market. So I just think that to me is a travesty for us to consider for the future as we consider these rates.
All right. Any further discussion? Thank you. Student trustee?
I abstain.
All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? No. All right. Motion passes. Item 10.10, agreement with HPI Architecture for the bookstore project. Do I have a motion? All right, first and the second. Discussion?
Yes, so I know there's been a lot of changes with what we want to do with the bookstore. But now we are deciding we are not going to renovate the old bookstore at all, right? Is that something new, or was that something that was already discussed? Because I thought that we were still going to look into rehabilitating that bookstore.
Go ahead.
So in follow-up and through our facilities and planning and our conversations with Follett, we were able to have the bookstore relocate to the first floor and to complement the Welcome Center in a smaller footprint. And so that was an accomplishment done internally. And so this allows now HPI to finalize the design of the first floor so that we can accomplish that. And then with the current location of the bookstore, we're still doing an analysis and assessment to have us work that out.
It's like it's relocating.
Yes.
Okay, so we've come full circle and now bookstore's coming back.
Yes.
To
It's relocating to the old, or?
well, we always had the original plan was to have the bookstore there.
Yes, it's coming to the new building, but it's much smaller footprint.
Okay.
I think it's important to clarify that.
Okay. Yeah, it's like 2,700 square feet now.
Approximately, yes.
And what's the size of the current bookstore?
Good question, but I believe it's probably 3 times the size. And I think there's, in addition to, we will have the roll-up storage bay area for textbooks, and then we have electronic kiosk that's also being proposed for like just-in-time delivery. So a different delivery model, but we're still working that out with Follett.
Okay.
So the bookstore, it was always fun, like at the beginning and the end of the semester when they had the sale to go in there and get good deals, and it had a lot of merchandise and attire, male and female. Now there's hardly anything in there, and there's a lot of empty space. Is that why? Is that because people are shopping online, or why does our bookstore have such?
So they do have an online feature, and we do see an uptick of orders being completed online. And then they do still run the specials, so they've had success with the specials.
Yeah,
but it's a smaller footprint because of the online.
Yeah, but it's so empty.
And we'll still have the new footprint. We'll still have a swag spirit section, and then we'll also promote the online ordering as well.
I was just going to say, considering our audience, who goes to a bookstore anymore, right? So Barnes and Noble and all those are shutting down. It is not uncommon in today's modern campus to have virtually all online, right?
For books, yes, but I think for swag, it's you know, and I think we're you know the number one community college around in the nation, and we have the ability to sell that and to market ourselves. So I really hope that we don't eliminate. I know you say you have a section, but that it's substantial enough so that people can, you know, show their Mountie pride and purchase our things, because that's not always something that you will buy online. It's kind of, you visit the campus, you love it, and you see it, and you buy it. So.
All right, any questions? I know we all have a lot of Mount Sac swag, so I have a confession. I buy swag from another community college I won't mention, but I bought it online before. So I have good reasons though. So, but I bought it online. It's just convenience. Yeah. All right, student trustee.
I approve.
All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. 12.3, ratification of a sponsorship agreement that includes the acceptance of funds and product from Nike. Is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
All right, first and a second. Discussion?
Yes, I pulled this. I did have questions, and I asked them over email. Thank you for the response. I just think that given that we run, as it's stated, the most prestigious track and field and relay races in the country, that $90,000 total sponsorship is just very, very low. I mean, I've been a part of nonprofits who have done galas, and their top sponsor will give like $150,000, right? Just far more is given to organizations that I think have, you know, a much smaller footprint than what Mount Sac has. And I'm concerned that, you know, Nike has been a very fine partner, but if we're not asking for what we're worth, that concerns me. If we're too comfortable and we're not, you know, requesting what we really are worth, we should really reevaluate, because 90,000 is less than a rounding error for Nike. That's, you know, that's nothing.
Yes.
And I think that we should have, we can command a higher rate that will, ultimately, it's for the students, it's for our programs. I think we can do that. We deserve it. Our students deserve it.
I agree. I'm sorry. You were going to respond?
I was going to request that VP Feller respond, but if you could share your
I
comment.
was just going to say, I feel like this sort of is an area at Mount Sac that we could explore further. For example, I know that there's, you know, soda vendors that we use, and I don't know how much we get every year for Coke or Pepsi, whoever we use. I mean, I'm sure that there's companies who negotiate these things for us. I don't know, that we could try to factor this in, and I think we're leaving money on the table somewhere.
So VP Feller could respond, but what I will say, to be able to utilize even the logo, aside from a sponsorship for Nike or any other major athletic brand, there is an application process, and we have to, through that application process, even be considered, one, and two, approved. So I just want to make sure that the board understands, yes, we should always do better and strive to obtain more, but even to be able to utilize the logo requires an application and an approval. So I just want you to understand that. I've gone through that process, and it's not all, that ability is not always granted. Anything you'd like to add?
No, it's a really good question, and you are correct. We are currently a Nike school, so this is in addition to that, and there are other sponsorships that we've had in the past but they're not necessarily all, I mean, we're very fortunate to have this type of sponsorship at Mount Sac with Nike, and I know Carol maybe can add any additional information, but I agree with Dr. Garcia. It's an honor for us to have this type of level of support. And we can always look to see if we could get additional funds, like maybe from another sponsorship. But it's really at their will to support us.
So,
Yeah.
so the amount that is given is just they say this is what we're going to do.
Correct. And it is a ratification.
But even just the fact that we're allowed to use their logo and obviously say that we're a Nike college is in fact honestly an honor. Not many community colleges, it's usually your Title I university athletic programs that get to utilize that logo. So we could definitely request more, but I want you to understand that even the ability to utilize the logo has to be granted by approval. It's a huge process even to obtain that
So
approval.
Dr. Garcia, you're saying that we benefit more than they do?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that
But there's a benefit. Well, let me put it differently. Nike perceives having us use the logo as a major benefit to us.
because then our athletic program is elevated by the fact that we're allowed to use their logo. They only allow athletic programs that have a certain level of success to utilize the logo.
So didn't we just win another state championship?
But
Yes.
I guess the reason that it isn't higher than this is because Nike says, you're benefiting from being able to use our logo.
Yeah. Yes. But I mean, we could request more, but I just want you to know that even to utilize the logo is an honor for us as a community college. And yes, acknowledge the amazing work of our athletics program, our students, but also acknowledge, and I think we should confirm how many community colleges in the United States are allowed to utilize Nike, because I will tell you, it was definitely not Nike that I was approved for to utilize as a community college district. So I've gone through that process, and I'm aware very few colleges in the U.S. are allowed to utilize their brand.
Yeah, I understand that there is an honor to use them, but I'll also say, we've been doing this, we're 75, how long have we been doing the relays?
Oh, I don't know how long the
But our program's been around for a very long time, and undisputed #1 program in the country. So true, not all colleges get to use Nike, but we're not like all colleges. So we just have to recognize our value.
And they're not the only game in town.
Do we know what the sponsorship was? I think we used to use Brooks, right, in the past? And Adidas, yeah. Are these, do you know, Carol, if these are comparable to these sponsorship amounts?
I'm not sure. I know in the past we've done Brooks, Puma, and Adidas. Joe confirmed with me. I don't know what their relays and cross-country invitational sponsorships were. There's also in-kind donations, right, tied into this sponsorship agreement. So there's about $155,000 in in-kind apparel donation, also with the $90,000 cash
Okay.
sponsorship.
That's good to know.
We could be a hookah school or a on-cloud school, right? Oh, just kidding.
But I agree. I think we should continue to watch this closely and maybe just be cautious. It looks like this is a one-year agreement, not making them, too long of agreements or multi-year agreements, because we want it to be, competitive. And I know I've talked to Dr. Garcia in the past about our pouring rights. We've had Pepsi for a long time and making sure that we're also selling their product here, so they're making money off of us too when they sell their product here. So just making sure that these sponsorships are fair, and they understand the value of being on our campus too, because there's a lot of value in our relays and our invitationals, just because we're well known, obviously, throughout the country because of our relays and our invitationals, and we do draw a lot of people, on campus. So whoever's doing those discussions, we hope that they're not just saying, "Oh, we're just lucky to have Nike," that they're actually sharing the value of Nike being here as well. So we'll continue to monitor that. So. All right, any further discussion? Student trustee?
I approve.
All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, item passes. Sorry, I'm getting used to our new system here. All right, up next we have item 15.1, legislative priorities, and with Ashley Walker giving us an update on our priorities. Is she still awake at this hour? Through Zoom?
Oh my gosh, no way.
I am. I'm here.
Wow, I can't believe it.
I hope you're
No,
not disgusted.
I've been listening this whole time very, very intently.
All right, welcome, Ashley.
Well, thank you so much, and it's great to be here. I will be brief, but I want to answer as many questions as you have because we're here to present our legislative priorities for 2026, and they are quite different from this past year. So we've made several changes. We are very focused on advancing equity, economic mobility, and workforce readiness in our updates, as you'll see reflected in both the state priorities and really, more importantly, even our federal priorities. We've focused on several state priorities, but additional federal priorities that expand the scope of priorities we had in 2025. We talk more about AI literacy and data protection. We talk more about campus and institutional support. So with that, I know you have copies of our updated legislative priorities. I know that we're going to be coming to Sacramento. We're also going to be in Washington, D.C. in February. And so I'll go over briefly what each of our state and federal priorities are, and then I want to answer questions that you might have. With regard to our state priorities, we have system-wide funding support. That has been an ongoing theme for our legislative priorities with regard to the state, given the fluctuation in the state budget and the deficits we've been facing. For many years since the pandemic, we've focused on ensuring stable system-wide funding support. Our second priority is access to basic needs. That's been something that, again, has been stable within our priorities, but we have flourished that priority a bit more to include things like the Chancellor's Office request for additional support for VRCs, our Veterans Resource Centers. They're requesting an additional $14.2 million in the upcoming fiscal year for strengthening VRCs, and we've included that in our priorities for 2026. And finally, on the state priorities, non-credit education, of course. Mount Sac is a leader in non-credit education across the state, so we've prioritized that. We want to make sure that we're talking about our full-time equivalent students rate and enhancing that rate for adults with disabilities in particular. That's been a priority for us for many years, but it's gained some traction most recently with our current statewide chancellor. Moving on to our federal priorities, again, many of the state and federal priorities are linked. So access to basic needs is not just something at the state level. That is something that we want to support at the federal level as well. Things like benefits, the SNAP benefits, childcare, mental health services. There are several different pieces of legislation that we outline in our priority for basic needs that were introduced in the 118th Congress, but we do believe will be carried over to the next year. And we want to continue to support those pieces of legislation that support our students' access to basic needs. Our second priority at the federal level is non-credit with a focus on workforce training, most importantly because of WIOA. We want to really ensure that our access to WIOA remains at least level, which may not be the case as of now. This is very critical for Mount SAC. It's something that we will be talking to members of Congress and committee members in Washington, D.C. in February. Third is our student financial aid. Obviously, that is something that is critical for our California community college students. So we are requesting Congress to strengthen student financial aid. We are asking them to focus on Pell and other items related to student financial aid, like FAFSA implementation challenges that our students have been facing. So we've strengthened that focus for financial aid. We've added a priority related to artificial intelligence literacy and student data protection, as that is an emerging issue for everyone, but definitely our students. We understand that we need to be paying attention to these items and while protecting our students and their data, also ensuring that we are allowing them to utilize these tools and they have access to these tools and it's an equitable access. And then finally, for our federal priorities, we have campus and institutional support. And that's really a broad statement, but if you read into the focus that we tried to convey, I mean, we really need to ensure that we are serving the student population that we were intended to serve, which is, we have low-income students, we have minority students. We want to lift them up. We want to ensure that everyone has access to higher education in California. And so we do talk a little bit about that here with institutional support overall. With that, I'm happy to answer questions. And I'm also really excited for 2026. I'm excited to see you all in Sacramento and have some really productive meetings, and also go back to Washington, D.C. and convey our concerns and support our students there as well.
All right, Trustee Santos?
For the second year in a row, the governor vetoed the RN bachelor's degree. Shouldn't that be one of our priorities? And I guess I'm asking this to the board too. And then he signed that, that ethnic studies oversight bill, which was bad. And so, I mean, like I said.
Yeah, so Trustee Santos, excellent question, first of all. And I know it's top of mind for all of the California community colleges that are really invested in BA degrees, but in particular with our nursing students. And so I just want to say, I think there's clear indication from the governor that this is not something he's willing to move forward under his administration. And so unless there is a legislator that is going to champion a third iteration of this under a Newsom administration, which I think will not be the case. I could be wrong. I don't know that we need to necessarily call that out specifically. And the reason being, Trustee Santos, is that we are still very supportive of workforce development within our priorities. And so it is clear that anything related to workforce development, we're going to be supportive of. So if there is a BA degree nursing pilot program that's again reintroduced for the third time, we could clearly support that within these priorities.
I mean, okay, so doesn't your office do advocacy and even getting a legislator to reintroduce it? Shouldn't that be part of the efforts?
So yes, so at every point of the legislation moving forward, we were involved in representing Mount SAC in terms of testifying at committee hearings, submitting letters of support. So yes, we absolutely advocated for it. But with regard to your question, I think there's hesitation to reintroduce a bill that's been vetoed by the governor twice. So we'll have to see if there's real legislative support to do that moving forward. I think members of the legislature who have authored that piece of legislation are questioning whether or not we need to wait another year until Governor Newsom has moved on, because it's very clear that he's indicated he's not going to support something like that under his administration.
It's only an opinion, but Gavin Newsom has a bias there. I am optimistic that the next governor will not, and will look at it more objectively, and thereby we have a chance.
But, you know, we've been shovel ready for so long, for years, to do that. And if we're in it for the long, for the long game, we should keep our foot on the gas. I mean, even when our chances are not that good. But anyway, that's just my opinion.
Any other?
I mean, I would echo what Trustee Santos said, even because we don't go there to lobby the governor, but we need to let legislators know that it's still top of mind for us.
Yeah.
Because starting from scratch in a year or two, the more they hear it, the more they realize that it's something that we really want, even if we know they're not going to take action on it.
Yeah.
But mentioning that, even acknowledging the reality of the governor we currently have, I think at least we'll keep it on the forefront for them when the opportunity arises.
And I think it should specifically be mentioned in under item 2.
Yeah, happy to take that feedback and incorporate it. And in no way would I be recommending that we, kind of sit back and relax on that. But it really is dependent upon whether or not the legislature is willing to go for a third round under the Newsom administration. I want to say our letters of support and our advocacy efforts with regard to meetings in Sacramento were very specific about what Mount SAC needs with regard to a potential BA pilot program. So we did do a really good job of highlighting the fact that we are shovel ready, the needs in LA County and in the region and in our service area. So I do think the college, the district, did a really good job of being very specific about why we support something like that. And our delegation, our legislative delegation, really knows why we need such a piece of legislation. So we can definitely continue to, keep them aware of that need, whether or not there's a bill moving forward is to be determined.
All right. Any further discussion or questions? All right. Well, thank you for staying up so late and asking or responding to our questions and continuing to advocate for us there and at the state and federal level.
I'm happy to do so, and thanks for having me this evening. I'm looking forward to seeing you in Sacramento and Washington, D.C.
All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on to information items. There are none. 17.1 board communication. Is the board willing to forego this, or does anyone have anything pressing that they really want to say?
So to congratulate our past president. Always kept us ahead of schedule, but decided to throw that all away tonight.
Yeah.
He made up
Way
for
to
it
end with a
tonight.
bang.
Yep.
He wasn't off the hook that easy, had to. I think record time starting our open session, so. All right. I'll ditto that. Thank you for your service, and we appreciate everything you've done for the board this past year. All right.
Just well wishes for the holidays, I guess.
Happy holidays, yes. All right, moving on to 17.2, President's Report.
Given our time, I also forgot my report. It is attached for everyone's review.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. All right, and that takes us to 18.1, adjournment. We will adjourn at 12:51 a.m.
Oh my God.
Thank you, everyone.